Chapter 1090. To deal with this demonized vine, the 9U flying sword did not come in much use. The 9U flying sword was not originally a form of flying sword. It was just a magic weapon refined by the 9U flying dust. In addition to the heart demon attack and shielding the 6 senses, it did not have much powerful attackability. If it was to deal with a cultivator, this 9U flying sword was indeed a weapon. But to deal with this demonized vine, it was beyond its power. The demonized vine was located in the place where the devil chi was the most intense, and it was not afraid of the devil chi at all. Moreover, the 9U flying sword itself was refined with the fibers of the demonized vine, so whether it shielded the 6 senses or not, it had no meaning for the demonized vine. The only role of the 9U flying sword was to compete with the demonized vine for the devil chi. However, in this place, the demonized vine was not reduced by much, and the effect was not very good. It was just that during this period of resistance, the 9U flying sword did absorb a lot of devil chi, and it was a little more powerful, that's all. The spiritual awareness firmly locked the escaping demonized vine, and Yangqin followed it unhurriedly. Although the demonized vine body had fibers that shielded the spiritual awareness, this did not prevent Yangqin from locating its existence. In fact, it was very simple as long as he found a target that his spiritual awareness could not lock. It was basically the demonized vine. Watching this demonized vine flee to the last one, Yangqin did not mean to kill it directly. It was not Yangqin's kindness, but he was deliberately increasing his difficulty. The center of the demon continent, which should be the place with the richest devil chi, was believed to be the most dangerous place. Yangqin was not sure what he would encounter there, and whether he could bear it, so he had to experiment as much as possible first. The 2 demonized vines running together might bring more pressure to Yangqin, and also let Yangqin feel the possible danger in advance. He believed that as long as Yangqin paid attention, he would be able to cope with it. However, when the escaping demonized vine reached the ground, what happened next was still unbelievable to Yangqin. When the roots of the 2 demonic vines touched each other, they seemed to fuse together. Then, the vines and the trunk slowly fused together. In the end, the demonized vine that escaped was completely integrated into the demonized vine that was originally staying here. The 2 vines became one and were no longer separated. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Yangqin could not help but feel speechless. Is that even possible? Were there 2 main bodies or 1 main body and 1 clone? Or all the demonized demon vines in this demon continent should actually be one, but they're scattered around by some unknown method. Just as he was puzzled, the demonized demon vine that was fused together seemed to solve Yangqin's doubts, showing a strange behavior. In the middle of the demonized vine, suddenly a hollow, tube-like thing appeared. After a while, the tube began to thicken, as if something was stirring inside. With a loud bang, a black ball flew toward the outer ring at high speed. How could Yangqin tolerate this ball to leave? The shuttle caught up with the black ball in the air almost in a flash. After a little observation, the 9 nether flying sword directly turned into a black mist, wrapped around the black ball, and began to absorb the demonic chi in it. This black sphere was a matured seed. The demonized demon vine didn't know what conditions were met, but it would spit out such a seed in a certain direction. Presumably, the demonized demon vines distributed everywhere spread in this way. The ability of the 9 nether flying sword now was not a trivial matter. A seed without the power to struggle was quickly absorbed by the 9 nether flying sword and turned into a pure seed. After thinking about it, Yangqin directly threw the seed into the pure bottle medicine garden and at the same time passed a thought to Abai. The seed of this demonized demon vine. Abai could absorb and fuse it after planting it, or directly fuse it. In short, Abai felt that it was best to operate it. Since the blue jade vine could fuse with the blood phantom vine and become a blue jade blood phantom vine, it could naturally absorb and fuse with this purified, demonized demon vine. Such a powerful species, he believed that Abai would be more powerful after the fusion. After absorbing the previous demonized demon vine, the power of the current one far exceeded the performance of the previous one. However, the strange thing was that although it seemed to have swallowed a demonized demon vine, the overall size of this one looked smaller than the previous one. Perhaps this was the realm of returning to the original state, just like Yang Chen's yellow, turbaned strongman body refining technique. At the low level, the body was full of swollen muscles, but at the high level, the body shape was balanced. It must be the same for this demonized demon vine. In any case, there was no doubt that this one would be more dangerous. Yang Chen also raised his spirit to face this fierce, demonized demon vine. In the surrounding 1,000 miles, there were no other demonized demon beasts appearing at all. Even if they appeared, it was estimated that they would become fertilizer for the demonized demon vine. The strength of this demonized demon vine was so powerful that it was outrageous. Presumably, those masters who have ascended would never have encountered these demonized demon vines, but they couldn't deal with them, so no one found that there was a huge demonized demon bead in the demonized demon vine. The most difficult thing to deal with was the demonic qi. If Yang Chen didn't care about this, he was already in an invincible position. Then he had the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, which was also a necessary condition for Yang Chen to restrain the demonized demon vine. For others, even if they have a 5th grade fire seed, it would not help unless they have a 6th grade or above 6th grade fire seed. The question was, people with a 6th grade fire seed, do they still need to come to the demon continent to fight for their lives? The beginning of the battle was still the 9 Serenities flying sword, which first absorbed the demonic qi, and then Yang Chen was surrounded by the yin-yang heaven-burning fire to attack. But this time, Yang Chen clearly saw the evidence that this demonized demon vine had wisdom. The demonized demon vine actually divided into all directions and attacked Yang Chen, and at the same time, all kinds of attack methods were used: whipping, strangling, thorns, venom, and even spiritual awareness attacks. A sharp and ugly hissing sound came out from nowhere, and the ears couldn't hear it, but it caused a burst of shock in his sea of consciousness. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long been attacked by the sound of a golden bell. Their spiritual awareness would be shaken, their whole body would be limp, and they would fall to the ground and couldn't move. But Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness cultivation base had reached the realm of the 7th grade human immortal, and the sturdiness of his sea of consciousness could not be shaken by such a level of spiritual awareness attack. Standing in place, Yang Chen simply ignored this kind of attack. As soon as the spiritual awareness attack failed, the demonized demon vine immediately changed to an unimaginable way. It actually learned the 9 Serenities flying sword and turned part of its body directly into fine dust, wrapping Yang Chen's whole body in it. Chapter 1091. How terrible this kind of dust was, Yang Chen did not know. The only thing he did was to let the 2 fire dragons of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire form a closed fire cover, wrapping himself in it. Any dust would be forcibly burned by the fire. The dust was endless, and it was countless times more than the black mist of the 9 nether-flying sword. As the black mist tumbled, suddenly a condensed and substantial demonic qi directly broke through Yang Chen's fire cover. Like a whip, it heavily hit Yang Chen's body. It looked like it was on Yang Chen's body, but in essence it was an attack against the spiritual awareness. In Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, suddenly there was a huge black whip with a length of hundreds of feet and a thickness of several feet. The demonic qi filled the air, and it was madly whipping in the sea of consciousness. In an instant, Yang Chen's heart surged with countless complex thoughts. All kinds of emotions came one after another. For a moment, Yang Chen didn't even know whether he was going to cry or laugh, whether he was happy or sad. The tragic memories of his previous life, the hatred for the Taishaman, suddenly magnified countless times, and the monstrous anger even triggered the blood river under the white dragon. The originally calm blood river crazily boiled, foam was bubbling, and a burst of murderous aura that could make people fly away. Under the oppression of Yang Chen's only trace of reason, the white dragon was extremely heavy on the blood river, not letting the blood river rebel. However, the long whip seemed to have found the opportunity to find the weakness of Yangchen, and with a few heavy blows, it directly hit the blood river. The fierce killing intent could not even be resisted by the long whip condensed by the demonic qi. The part of the black whip that was whipped into the blood river quickly turned into a dark red blood color. This blood color did not stop and began to spread upward. This time, the long whip seemed to be restrained by the blood river, and the end that was deep in the blood river could no longer move, as if it was bitten by the blood river. The 9 nether-flying dust in the sea of consciousness finally found a chance to fight back. The dust in the surroundings started to frantically absorb the demonic qi coming from the whip. The entire sea of consciousness was filled with hissing sounds. Although the blood river suppressed a portion of the demonic energy whip, the demonic energy whip also caused a greater impact on the blood river. The entire blood river was bubbling and bubbling. At the same time, there seemed to be something surging out from the bottom of the blood river, causing the sea of knowledge to shake. Yangchen suddenly realized that at this juncture, the immortal beheading saber, the natal flying sword that he had been refining since the beginning of Foundation establishment, had finally completed the final refining process after hundreds of years of refinement under the stimulation of the devil qi whip, and was about to be unveiled. Forcibly holding back the excitement mixed with all kinds of emotions, Yangchen firmly trapped the long whip made of devil energy with the flying dust in his spiritual sea. The range of movement of the long whip was getting smaller and smaller, and the degree of swing was also getting lower and lower. Gradually it calmed down. Just when Yangchen thought that he had suppressed the demonic qi whip and his mind was slightly relaxed, the demonic qi whip suddenly became violent. After relaxing, it was not so easy to suddenly tense up. It seemed that Yangchen would be unable to extricate himself from the bone-deep hatred. A blood-red light flashed in the blood river, and the light and shadow directly cut through the long whip of demonic qi, and then flashed a few times. The long whip of demonic qi, which was burning with demonic flames, suddenly stopped in the sea of consciousness, motionless. It was extremely strange. In the middle of the long black whip, a trace of blood red suddenly flashed. Then the blood red color increased, and the long black whip was directly divided into 2 halves. Next, traces of blood red appeared everywhere on the long whip of black demonic qi. The blood red color increased, and gradually the whole long whip was divided into countless small grids. Finally, the big and small red grids flashed, and the long black demonic qi whip was completely broken into pieces and fell down. The flying dust in the sea of consciousness quickly wrapped these fragments, evenly dispersed, and then quickly began to absorb them. The flashing red light in the blood river began to slowly float up, and finally floated to the center of the sea of consciousness, revealing a lineup. The familiar appearance, the familiar aura, except for the different color, the other parts were exactly the same as the immortal beheading saber in the past. When the immortal beheading saber appeared, it quickly became bigger, occupying more than half of the area of the sea of consciousness. Under the shock of the murderous aura carried by the saber, the black demonic qi fragments were shattered. When the immortal beheading saber left the blood river seemed to be drained of its spirit and no longer emitted any aura. On the contrary, when the immortal beheading saber came to the body, it exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. Compared to the blood river in the past, the murderous aura exuded by the current immortal beheading saber was restrained and deep, only concentrated on the immortal beheading saber, but not a trace of it escaped. The blood-red blade caused people to involuntarily feel a bone-chilling fear, giving them a huge psychological pressure. Just looking at the saber, there was this kind of feeling, not to mention what kind of soul would fly away after being cut. As soon as the immortal beheading saber came out, all the emotions were suppressed in an instant, leaving only this cold and restrained killing intent. But then a pure excitement was generated from the bottom of Yang Chen's heart and quickly spread to Yang Chen's whole body. When his right hand opened, the immortal beheading saber suddenly appeared in Yang Chen's hand. The familiar feeling made Yang Chen have a kind of indescribable joy. After hundreds of years of tempering, the immortal beheading saber and Yang Chen have a tacit understanding of flesh and blood, as if it was a part of his own body, feeling and breathing. The fierce killing intent attracted the attention of Xiao Tian for the first time. This kind of fierce saber was Xiao Tian's favorite. Without waiting for Yang Chen's instructions, he quickly appeared, opened his mouth, and bit the handle of the immortal beheading saber in one bite and refused to let go. The huge body shrank countless times and directly wrapped around Yang Chen's hand, connecting Yang Chen and the immortal beheading saber into one. This was the first time since Xiao Tian arrived at the demon continent that he took the initiative to dedicate himself. Even if there was a purified demonic bead before, it did not make Xiao Tian perform like this. With the immortal beheading saber in his mouth, Xiao Tian's mouth also issued a burst of low dragon roar, which sounded like the sound of a blade. That kind of joy from the bottom of his heart could not be hidden from Yang Chen as the master. At this time, Yang Chen was even more excited than Xiao Tian. Holding the immortal beheading saber, he felt as if it was an extension of his own arm, and he could do whatever he wanted. There was a sudden feeling in his heart that no matter what was in front of him, he had to cut it in half. In fact, that was exactly what Yang Chen did. The immortal beheading saber was raised high, and there was no process of accumulating power, and no matter what was in front of him, he just chopped it down. The huge space in front of him seemed to be suddenly divided by this saber, and the saber chi that pervaded the ground drew a long thin line that continued for dozens of miles away. Chapter 1092. With a slash, Yang Chen's chest was unspeakably comfortable. It seemed that the emotional outburst of the heart devil, which had almost never stopped for decades, had also been relieved. After the slash, Yang Chen didn't even have the mood to watch the killing effect. He just held the immortal beheading blade, closed his eyes, and stroked it gently with his fingers, feeling the lines of the immortal beheading blade, feeling the joy of this life source magic weapon. Even the enemy was in front of it. Although the immortal beheading blade still looked like the immortal beheading blade, its temperament was very different, and it was no longer that kind of sharp taste. In addition to the blood-red blade, which made people feel scared at first glance, there was no other place that was out of line. Even the monstrous killing intent was completely hidden in the restrained blade. If it was not cut, it could not be felt at all. And the people who were cut by the immortal beheading blade would have their minds destroyed by the killing intent in an instant. At least in the mortal world, Yang Chen did not feel that there was anyone who could resist the immortal beheading blade. Now, with the immortal beheading blade, he would no longer be regarded as a homicidal maniac when he appeared, and he would not give others an excuse to kill demons and defend the right. Next, it should be a great opportunity for the immortal beheading blade to make a big profit. Of course, Yang Chen was not arrogant enough to wave the immortal beheading blade to the Taishaman's gate alone. The heritage of the sect for hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer, was by no means what Yang Chen, a disciple of a small sect, could imagine. Even the Supreme Elder was just the tip of the iceberg of the hidden strength of the Taishaman. If he really wanted to exterminate the Taishaman, it was impossible to rely on Yang Chen and Chunying Palace alone. Yang Chen has now set a trap for the Taishaman, waiting for the day when they become the public enemy of all the cultivators in the world. After a while, Yang Chen's agitated mood gradually calmed down, and his hand released Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian twisted happily in the air, and did not forget to hold the immortal beheading blade in his mouth, and did not let go. Only now did he remember to see the effect of the slash just now. After such a long time without any movement, Yang Chen had almost forgotten that he was fighting the strongest demonified vine. Yang Chen couldn't believe the scene in front of him. The main body of the guy that had devoured the other demonized vine was now fully revealed. The huge main body was directly split in half by the immortal beheading saber. The demonized Rattan's vitality was extremely strong. It was evident that it could live so well in this place filled with devil chi. His main body, which had been split into two, did not die immediately. Instead, there were still signs of life. However, the demonized vine no longer had the strength to attack Yangchen. It was alive, but the two parts of its body were shaking uncontrollably. All the vines had shrunk into a ball, sometimes curling, sometimes stretching and never stopping. Yangchen shook his head slightly. This demonized vine must have a mind of its own. However, since it had intelligence, it knew fear. No matter how strong the demonized Rattan was in the mortal world, it could not compete with the killing intent of the immortal beheading saber. The 9 nether flying sword easily seized the control of the devil chi. In this area, it was not known how many years the demonized Rattan had condensed the demonized Rattan's demonic aura, which was like substance, was quickly absorbed by the 9 nether flying sword. There was a lot of difference between the 2 demonic auras before, but after this period of absorption, it seemed to be balanced a lot. Yang Chen's mind moved. Xiao Tian, who was flying in the air with the immortal beheading saber, appeared in Yang Chen's hands again. Xiao Tian automatically turned into a handle, wrapping Yang Chen's right hand. Even if it was a great principal golden immortal, at this moment he could not take the immortal beheading saber away from Yang Chen's hand. Finding the core of the demonized Rattan, Yang Chen only gently slashed twice, and the countless vines on the ground completely stopped shaking. All of them hung softly, and there was no more movement. The 9 nether flying sword has expanded to the maximum, wrapping both parts of the demonized Rattan in it. In the black mist, there was a sizzling sound of absorbing the devil chi, and along with it, the main consciousness of the demonized Rattan that had died was absorbed into the 9 nether flying sword. Just this absorption took Yang Chen more than a month's effort. When it was completely absorbed, Yang Chen had another devilish bead with a radius of 10 feet in his hand, or it should be called a devilish bead. This bead, he didn't know how much cultivation base was contained in it. Even if there was no devil chi in it, he believed that no one would dare to swallow it. Even Xiao Tian might not be able to bear it. Taking an ordinary pure golden devilish bead could improve one's cultivation base, but taking this big ball, it was true that the cultivation base could be improved, but the cultivator himself would definitely be blown up alive. There were more than 30 devilish beads the size of the smallest human head in the Qinkuan bag. It seemed to be a pity to feed all these things to Xiao Tian. After leaving the demon continent, Yang Chen would have to think about how to use them again. The 9 nether flying sword became darker and deeper, and it seemed that after absorbing this demonized Rattan, it had some taste of returning to its original state. The concentration of the devil chi even exceeded that of the demonized Rattan. It must be known that the body of the 9 nether flying sword was much smaller than that of the demonized Rattan. He believed that with the 9 nether flying sword at this time, if he launched a spiritual awareness attack casually, few cultivators in the mortal world could withstand it. According to Yang Chen's estimation, the current 4 women definitely couldn't, but Li Cheng definitely could. As for the others, Yang Chen couldn't think of a master who could take this blow for a while. It was a pity that the 9 nether flying sword couldn't restrain the devil chi. As long as it was used, it would look like a dense devil chi. It didn't matter how it was used in the demon continent, but once it left, it would definitely be regarded as a devil. In the future, it could only be used in the safest situation or the most critical situation, which could not be said to be a small regret. Not to mention, Yang Chen also had to work on the immortal beheading blade. Since the immortal beheading blade could even restrain the killing intent, maybe it could also restrain the devil chi inside, which was also a development direction of the immortal beheading blade in the future. At the thought of the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword gathered together, not to mention anything else, just the blood demon Rattan sword plus the 9 nether flying sword, 1 blood-sucking, 1 heart demon attack, shielding the 6 senses, was enough to make countless people crazy. This was not counting the Penglai divine wood flying sword, living soil flying sword, flood dragon bone flying sword, and so on. Relatively speaking, Yang Chen's innate fire attribute flying sword was a bit not worth mentioning, especially the bright ray sword, which was Yang Chen's most memorable flying sword. However, with the supplement of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, it would never be worse than any other flying sword. With Immortal beheading blade, Yang Chen's confidence directly burst, and he no longer cared about anything else. Without fear, he went directly to the core of the demon continent. That kind of heroic and duty-bound appearance, there was a kind of immortal beheading blade in hand. The world was mine. Chapter 1093. The area where the demonized vine was located was already the core area of the demon continent. Yang Chen has been able to sense the location of the densest demonic energy, and that direction should be the location of the spatial connection point. This was the most dangerous area, not to mention Yang Chen. Even those great masters who have ascended to the demon continent for hundreds of thousands of years have never dared to go so deep. Not to mention anything else. The demonized vine alone was enough to swallow all the masters who came in and use those masters as nourishing fertilizer for its strong growth. He didn't know how this demonized vine grew. It could use the demonic energy so forcibly. Fortunately, the demonized vine did not reproduce very fast, and there were only more than 30 plants after so many years. If it grew all over the mountains and fields, maybe one day this powerful species would occupy the entire demon continent. Here, Yang Chen did not use the shuttle, nor did he use the sword to fly. He walked all by himself for fear of any accidents. In this core area of the demonic energy, no amount of caution was too much. Along the way, Yang Chen was a little surprised. There were also a lot of plants in this area, all kinds of big trees, all kinds of shrubs and vines, all of which could absorb the demonic energy and grow extremely strong. However, it was one of a kind like the demonized vine. In this area, the demonized demon beasts seemed to be relatively rare. Yang Chen thought it was because of the demonized vine that all the demonized demon beasts within 100 miles were killed by it, but the fact was obviously not so. After walking thousands of miles to the core, Yang Chen finally found traces of the demonized demon beasts. However, the demonized demon beasts here were not the kind of demon beasts that only relied on instinct after being invaded by the demonic energy, but another form. With the words in Yang Chen's mind, it could be called a breeding beast, a beast that was completely for the purpose of reproduction. All kinds of demonized demon beasts that Yang Chen had seen before could be seen almost all along the way. Every few dozen miles, there were a few pairs of them, both male and female. These demon beasts seemed to be able to survive by absorbing the demonic energy and did not need to hunt. The only purpose of their survival was to reproduce. No matter what kind of demon beast it was, its reproduction speed was very shocking. The first demonized leopard that Yang Chen encountered gave birth to a baby leopard in a few breaths. As soon as the little leopard was born, it was immediately attacked by the demonic aura and grew up rapidly. In just one day, the little leopard had already grown to the late-stage, nascent soul realm. Then the little leopard began to run wildly towards the periphery of the demon continent, as if it could no longer bear the pressure of the demonic chi here. Running past Yang Chen, the demonized leopard didn't even look at Yang Chen. It was as if his first instinct was to leave this place as soon as possible and reach an area where he could adapt to the devil chi. Once he reached those places, he would talk about killing and praying. Different little leopards had different aptitudes, and their final achievements were also different. The more one could withstand the demonic energy, the higher one's cultivation level would be, and the closer one could stay to the central area. Just by relying on the simple method, the entire demon continent was filled with all kinds of demonized monsters of different strengths, and naturally divided into strong and weak. No wonder Yang Chen could often see weak, demonic beasts appearing in the depths of the demon continent. It turned out to be like this. Many people who were out for experience had disdained to kill those demonic beasts whose realms were much lower than theirs. Otherwise, these beasts would become experience points for experts before they could even reach the periphery. It might not even be considered as experience points. When had a cultivator seen a cultivator killing ants to get slaughter experience? The cultivation level of those beasts even made Yang Chen feel incredible. With the experience of his previous life, Yang Chen could easily see that the realm of those beasts was almost close to the Earth Immortal level. If they attacked, they could easily kill Yang Chen in seconds. Fortunately, these beasts didn't seem to have any desire other than reproduction. The first beast he encountered was the demonized leopard, which found Yang Chen's aura and glanced at Yang Chen. But Yang Chen had been wearing the 9 nether flying sword as an outer robe. The other party seemed to feel the concentration of demonic energy that was no less than that of the demonized vine, so it didn't take it seriously. It wagged its tail lazily and continued to give birth. Here, it was the first time that Yang Chen felt the pressure of facing death. Fortunately, with the cover of the demonic energy, the other party didn't make a move. Otherwise, Yang Chen would really die without knowing how. After discovering that as long as there was an extremely rich demonic energy cover, he could be safe and sound, Yang Chen continued to move forward carefully. The territories of several powerful beasts he passed along the way all illustrated this point. There were even 2 kinds of beasts that were natural enemies to begin with. They actually gave birth 100 miles away from each other, not caring about the existence of the other. This made Yang Chen more and more certain that this was the place where the demonic beasts were born. Although these beasts were strong, they only existed as beasts that only bred and didn't care about anything else. As long as he didn't provoke them, he should be safe and sound. There were dangerous existences around him that could kill him in seconds. But the temptation of the spatial connection point made Yang Chen decide to risk his life to explore it. Once he could refine the spatial connection point, the immortal beheading saber would have the ability to cut through space, and the 9 nether flying sword would also have a continuous source of demonic energy. The benefits were greater than the sky. It was worth the risk. Anyway, he only needed to refine the spatial connection point in a short period of time. There was no need to refine it completely. As long as he completed the first step, he could continue refining it any time, like the entrance to the immortal beheading platform. These beasts would not act easily, and there was an 80% success rate. From here to the center, there were still thousands of miles to go. Yang Chen's journey was like walking on a tightrope, passing by the extremely powerful beasts. The feeling of not having any aggressive behavior, but his life hanging by a thread, even made Yang Chen realize the benefits of the experience more than the killing experience outside. Always between life and death. This was the original intention of the demon continent experience. Before, Yang Chen's protective magic weapon was strong, and there would be no danger to his life. So although he also honed his attack methods to be sharp, his real state of mind could only be improved through the experience of the heart demon, which was far less dangerous than the current situation. What kind of emotional outburst could make Yang Chen achieve the purpose of experience better than if he would die as long as he had a slight mistake? Although the road ahead was only 2,000 or 3,000 miles, it was more beneficial to Yang Chen than the hundreds of thousands of miles from the edge of the demon continent to the center. Along the way, Yang Chen even had some vague expectations in his heart, hoping that this road would never end, which was very contradictory. Chapter 1094. The taste of being under the real threat of death all the time was really uncomfortable. The courage in his heart was a lot stronger, but after all, he was still on the verge of life and death, and it was always a little uncomfortable. Strangely, all the beasts turned a blind eye to the appearance of Yang Chen. Even the demonic beasts that sprinted to the periphery did not look at Yang Chen and ran directly past him. The abnormal situation made Yang Chen wonder if these seemingly powerful beasts actually only had the ability to reproduce and no longer had combat power. However, this conjecture was no longer possible after he saw a situation by chance. A dizzy demonic beast, when it rushed out of the inside, it may be that the pressure of the demonic chi was too great. It did not know the way and rushed straight to a breeding beast. This was a demonic beast, at least in the middle Deshang stage, and its strength was stronger than most of the cultivators who were practicing in the demon continent. However, This demonic beast, which looked very ferocious in the eyes of the ordinary masters, rushed to the front of the beast. The beast just raised its head and roared at the demonic beast, and then ignored it. The demonic beast that rushed past stopped about 200 feet away from the beast, stood still for a while, and suddenly its whole body burst, and in the loud sound, a rain of blood burst out. The fine pieces of flesh and blood that flew out in the air continued to explode in the air, bursting into smaller pieces. In just a few breaths of time, a Deshang stage demonic beast turned into a pile of fine pieces that could not be recognized. This was just the power of the beast's roar from a few hundred feet away. If it was a full shot, how terrifying the beast would be could be imagined. The control of the beast's roar was very precise. The power was only concentrated on the demonic beast that was running around. The other places were unscathed. Even the trees around the demonic beast were not damaged at all. The beast at this distance, in Yang Chen's estimation, had at least the cultivation base of the human immortal 7th grade. The master of this cultivation base could definitely completely ignore Yang Chen's Dragon Clan Golden Bell, plus the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, and directly slap Yang Chen into a meat patty. Although the yellow turban strongman body refining technique was a cultivation method of the immortal world, and Yang Chen had also cultivated it to the realm of overturning the sea. But after all, his body was still a mortal body that had not experienced a series of heavenly tribulations and was far from being comparable to the immortal body of the immortal world. However, if Yang Chen transcended the tribulation and ascended after the baptism of the 3 disasters, not to mention the 7th grade of human immortal, even the 8th grade or 9th grade, or even the masters of the earth immortal level, would not necessarily be able to deal with Yang Chen. Unfortunately, these were things in the future. Now Yang Chen, no matter how strong his cultivation was, he was still in the mortal world and could still be easily ravaged by these beasts. Fortunately, Yang Chen used the demonic chi and the 9 secret flying swords to impersonate the demonic beasts, completely deceiving these beasts who were not clear-minded, and never once did a beast attack Yang Chen. There was always danger, and the deeper he went, the more dangerous it would be. However, it was already 4,000 or 5,000 miles away from the place where he saw the first beast. Now, even if he turned around immediately, he could not get out of this dangerous situation quickly. Now that he had come here, and these beasts would not attack him at will, Yang Chen was certainly reluctant to leave. The ultimate goal in his heart was still in the center. Yang Chen gritted his teeth, seeking wealth and danger, and continued to go deeper. The demon continent was the first place that Yang Chen did not have a specific situation in his memory after his rebirth, and it was also a place where he could not control his own destiny. But this unpredictable situation was what Yang Chen needed most for his experience. Everything was planned, and it could not bring more benefits to Yang Chen. The deeper he went, the stronger the beasts were. Yang Chen carefully spent almost a year to advance another 5,000 or 6,000 miles, and finally came to a position close to the core. The beasts on the way were already at the 9th grade of the human immortal, infinitely close to the level of the earth immortal. When passing through these beasts, Yang Chen was simply walking on a tightrope with his head in his hand. Any small movement could bring him disaster. Any beast, as long as it sneezed, Yang Chen would be injured, or even have more serious consequences. Based on such conditions, when Yang Chen avoided the demonized beasts that fled, he was also careful not to emit any aura that could alarm these beasts, and he was extremely careful. The strange thing was that Yang Chen had seen countless beasts along the way. Yang Chen had basically seen all the demonized beasts bred by these beasts. But until now, Yang Chen had not seen the beasts of the demonized vines or the existence of the mother body. He really didn't know where these demonized vines came from. It must be known that the location of the last demonized vine was the closest to the edge of the beasts. According to experience, the mother body of the demonized vine was definitely an extremely powerful beast. Until now, he hadn't seen it. Could it be that he still had to go deeper? This question had been lingering in Yang Chen's mind and lingering. He had a hunch that his ultimate goal might be related to the demonized vines. There was no evidence for the unwarranted hunch, but Yang Chen thought so. Although he didn't see any relationship with the demonized vines along the way, the uneasiness in Yang Chen's heart was getting stronger and stronger. A few hundred miles ahead, it should be the center of the demon continent, the space point that connects the two worlds. The demonic energy in this area was already unreasonably rich. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Chen had been almost influenced by the demonic energy of a 9 nether flying sword, if he hadn't experienced it before, even if he had the state of mind of the great principal golden immortal, he would still be invaded by the demonic energy and trigger the inner demon. At this distance, the distribution of the beasts was already very sparse, and there was only one in 100 miles. Moreover, the body of the beasts was getting smaller and smaller, becoming about the size of the most ordinary beasts, but their strength had increased exponentially. The smaller the body of the beasts, the stronger they were. After carefully passing through the territories of several Earth Immortal level beasts, Yang Chen finally came to the core part of the demon continent. 100 miles ahead, it should be the location of the space connection point. Yang Chen's hunch finally became a reality. After walking to a place that was still more than 10 miles away from the space connection point, Yang Chen saw the figure of the demonized vines in the core area at a glance. A demonized vine with only a circumference of a mile was rooted in the place where Yang Chen felt the strongest demonic energy, firmly wrapping that place. All of the demonic qi seemed to originate from the demonified vine's body. Every single one of its waving vines was condensed with demonic qi that was almost tangible. Like terrifying black snakes, they were incomparably sinister. Chapter 1095. This demonized vine was hundreds of times smaller than the strongest one that Yang Chen had seen. Whether it was the vines or the leaves, it looked similar to some ordinary vines. It did not have a frightening body shape, but the degree of strength made the previous one look like a speck of dust. The one that Yang Chen killed was just beyond the realm of the second-grade human immortal. Yang Chen relied on his powerful protective magic weapon and the yin-yang heaven-burning fire to grind it to death. But now the ultimate demonized vine that Yang Chen saw, judging by Yang Chen's visual judgment, it already had the cultivation base of the second grade of the Earth Immortal. It was much stronger than the strongest master that Yang Chen had ever seen in the world. To put it bluntly, if this ultimate demonized vine really wanted to, it alone could kill all the creatures in this mortal world. The second grade of the Earth Immortal, which was 2 great realms stronger than the Deshang stage, and it was still a huge gap beyond a realm. The master who had just transcended the tribulation and ascended had undergone the transformation of the heavenly tribulation and entered the spiritual world, and still had to go through the transformation of the spiritual world, was only a mere first-grade human immortal. Against this demonized vine, even if there were tens of thousands of them together, it would just be like sending food to it. The gap between the middle Yuanying stage and the second grade of the Earth Immortal seemed to be only the difference between the Deshang stage, the human immortal, and the Earth Immortal. However, there were only 3 great realms between the Qi cultivator who had just started cultivating and the Yuanying stage, the foundation stage, the golden core stage, and the Yuanying stage. However, this gap of 3 great realms could not be filled even with the lives of millions of people. The spatial connection point was under the main root of this ultimate demonized vine, and it was entangled firmly by the spreading roots of this demonized vine. There was a constant flow of demonic qi from the spatial connection point, which was absorbed by the demonized vine first, and then released, invading the entire demon continent. How should Yang Chen deal with such a powerful opponent? If he wanted to get the idea of the spatial connection point, he must break through the protection of this ultimate demonized vine and enter the main root. A mid-stage nascent soul, cultivator challenging a second-stage Earth Immortal. Yang Chen's heart instantly sank to the bottom. He had been too greedy. He had been greedy for that spatial connection point. He had actually arrived in front of such a terrifying guy. Yang Qin simply followed the density of the devil qi to determine the direction. His divine sense was surrounded by a large number of grade 7 human immortals and above, so he didn't dare to explore anywhere for fear of triggering a counterattack from those beasts. As a result, he only discovered the existence of the demonified vine when he reached this position. What was even more frightening was that the ultimate demonized vine seemed to have discovered Yang Chen's figure. 2 black vines were like 2 long tentacles, reaching towards Yang Chen. It was impossible to hide. In front of such a powerful opponent, any form of concealment was futile, so that the sea-pouring jasper cup could not play the role of shielding. The huge gap in cultivation base made all external tools seem so futile. The reason was very simple. Just as some modern stealth aircraft can avoid the scan of ordinary radar, but they can't avoid the more powerful synthetic aperture radar, the gap in the realm could not be made up for in any case. The killing intent of the immortal beheading blade might be able to suppress this guy, but it was only a possibility. There was another possibility, which was to completely anger the ultimate demonified vine. The masters of the earth immortal realm could not be compared with these masters in the mortal world. If this guy was angered, the only result was that there would be no bones left. At this moment, Yang Chen thought of countless methods, countless magic weapons, and countless formations in his mind, but none of them could help Yang Chen get out of the predicament at this time. The most likely way was to use the shuttle, and with the support of the continuous spiritual power provided by Yang Chen, he could quickly escape from this area. But if he escaped, he would definitely end up being attacked by those beasts. Besides, whether he could escape this ultimate demonified vine was still another matter. In a flash, the 2 vines had already rolled to Yang Chen's side. To be exact, it was wrapped around the 9 secluded flying sword that had been pretending to be entangled with the demonic energy outside Yang Chen's body. The speed of the vines was unimaginable to Yang Chen. From just seeing the vines rolling over to really rolling his body, it only took a blink of an eye. Yang Chen's mind was full of methods, but before he could make a decision, he had already been rolled. The vines of the Scroll 9 secluded flying sword did not directly strangle Yang Chen, but gently rolled, which made Yang Chen stunned for a while. Yang Chen had no doubt that this vine, which seemed to be only as thick as an arm, could easily cut himself and the Dragon Clan Golden Bell into 2 pieces, and it was still under the situation where he exerted the yellow turbaned strongman body, refining technique to the extreme. At the moment when the vines wrapped around him, Yang Chen even had a kind of despair. In this life, although he was much more successful than in his previous life after his rebirth, there were still many unfulfilled wishes, especially the matter of finding the Taishaman for revenge. It was only in the stage of layout. If he died now, he was really unwilling. The only few happy things were that his master was not like in his previous life, and his senior sister was the same. The sect was thriving with each passing day and was not exterminated. Moreover, he was lucky enough to marry the Cold Plum Fairy and the Dancing Snow Fairy as his wives. In addition to these, it seemed that there was nothing else that could make Yang Chen die without regrets. This kind of desperate mood was driven by the almost substantial demonic energy in the center of the continent. The whole person had a kind of despair and regret to the extreme. He could no longer lift any spirit. This time, the emotional outburst was even more terrifying than all the previous times combined. Yang Chen was almost on the verge of losing control. He was only 1 step away from being possessed by the devil. He was attacked by the demonic energy and turned into a thoroughly demonized Yang Chen. At the critical moment, the immortal body that was stored in the Dragon Palace by Yang Chen in the Sea of No Return suddenly opened its eyes at this moment, but it only opened for a moment and then immediately closed again, once again restoring the hibernate-like state. Just as the eyes were opened and closed, Yang Chen, who had almost lost his mind, suddenly seemed to be injected with vitality. His mind recovered in an instant, and he abruptly stopped the despair. His mind began to fly again, looking for the slim chance of survival that probably did not exist. The abnormal performance of the vines made Yang Chen immediately aware of it. With a move of his heart, his mind established a deep connection with the spirit of the Nine Nether Flying Sword. The Nine Nether Flying Sword was originally refined by Yang Qin as a quasi-natal magic weapon, so it was not unusual for it to do this. Soon, Yang Qin was surprised to find that there was a vague emotion coming from the vines. This emotion was not hatred and killing, but kindness. Chapter 1096. The feeling transmitted by the demonized vine made Yang Qin feel a little puzzled, but he immediately understood. The Nine Nether Flying Sword had always mainly absorbed the demon chi of the demonized Rot Tan. Even the flying sword's artifact spirit was a phantom of the demonized Rot Tan. Since they were both from the demonized Rot Tan clan, it was natural for them to feel close to each other. Yang Qin even suspected that this demonized vine should be the parent of the demonized vine outside. It was natural for the descendants of the origin inheritance to have such a sense of familiarity. The next move of the vines confirmed Yang Qin's guess. The vines that wrapped around the Nine Nether Flying Sword did not strangle it too hard, but gently rolled up Yang Qin, who was wrapped in it, and then slowly retracted it. From the beginning to the present, Yang Qin had not felt any killing intent. On the contrary, there was an emotion similar to that of a child's affection, which made Yang Qin feel a little uncomfortable. This demonized vine, which had been invaded and contaminated by the demon chi, still retained its sanity, retained its emotions. Soon, Yang Qin and the Nine Nether Flying Sword were brought back to the parent's side by the demonized vine's vines. This was not the end. The main root in the center of the parent's body suddenly cracked open, and the vines kept shrinking, bringing Yang Qin and the Nine Nether Flying Sword directly into the body of the parent's body. Next, Yang Qin's eyes were dark, and he could no longer see anything. Moreover, there were more mysterious fibers in the demonized vine's body, and the effect was even stronger. Even Yang Qin's spiritual awareness could not penetrate much. In addition, in this situation, Yang Qin did not dare to casually release his spiritual awareness to provoke the demonized vine, so he did not dare to use his spiritual awareness to explore at will. Once the demonized vine sensed that something was wrong, Yang Qin would not even have a chance to escape. At the same time, Yang Qin was also very glad that he had used the demonized vine as the core when he was refining the Nine Serenities flying sword. He had even refined the mysterious fibers. The original intention was to enhance the power of the Nine Nether Flying Sword, but inadvertently it made the Nine Nether Flying Sword more similar to the demonized vine. Because of this, the demonized ultimate vine was unable to detect the presence of Yang Qin inside the Nine Nether Flying Sword through the fibers. Otherwise, they might fall out with each other on the spot. Yang Qin, along with the Nine Nether Flying Sword, were released by the vines and fell into a pool of viscous liquid. As soon as he touched the liquid, Yang Qin cursed inwardly. These liquids were completely different from the black liquids secreted by the roots of the demonized vines that Yang Qin had experienced before. Although they were also highly toxic and corrosive compared to the black liquids that he had seen before, it was definitely more terrifying by hundreds of times. The Nine Nether Flying Dust was originally of the earth attribute. Earth countered water, and the two attributes were like heaven and earth. After being refined with the addition of the mysterious fibers, it was already very close to the demonized vine. The liquid did not affect it in the slightest, but Yang Qin was in some danger. This was inside the body of the demonized vine. Yang Qin was determined not to use the yin-yang heaven-burning fire to fight against it. However, Yang Qin's body did not have such a strong resistance to corrosion. It was fine for a short time, but once he was exposed to these liquids for a long time, even if he did not die, he would shed a layer of skin. In a hurry, Yang Qin was almost at a loss. However, Yang Qin soon thought of a way. Since the Nine Serenities flying sword could resist it, then the living soil flying sword, which was also of the earth attribute, could also do the same. Even the flying sword contained living soil, which was more able to resist the invasion of this liquid. The living soil flying sword appeared silently beside Yang Qin, and then the well-tempered steel seemed to turn into a soft finger, wrapping Yang Chen up. It must be said that the living soil really deserved to be the legendary earth attribute, divine object. When it came into contact with the black liquid, there was no movement at all. It was as if the black liquid was an ordinary water droplet, and it was completely unaffected. Fortunately, Li Cheng had given Yang Chen 10 pounds of living soil before. At this time, Yang Chen was able to easily resist the invasion of the black liquid. He didn't know if this was really a coincidence, or the arrangement of God's will. Until now, Yang Chen was still in danger. He temporarily resolved the danger and had not yet disturbed the demonized vine. He just didn't know what the demonized vine wanted to do with the 9 serenities flying sword in its body. While he was puzzled, the demonized vine made a move. The black liquid that had just seeped in suddenly seemed to be under some pressure, and madly rushed into the interior of the 9 serenities flying sword. The black liquid quickly occupied the space between Yang Chen's body and the 9 serenities flying sword with crazy devil chi. Yang Chen almost couldn't help but make a move, but he still held back. The black liquid kept rushing in, and for some unknown purpose, it made the 9 serenities flying sword a lot bigger. Inside the 9 serenities flying sword, the black liquid kept rushing left and right as if it was looking for something. It was very strange. The collision of the black liquid seemed to have aroused the vigilance of the demonized vine. Yang Chen suddenly felt alarmed. Could it be that something had happened? There was a sudden burst of clarity in his mind. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, Yang Chen suddenly took out the largest demonic, baleful bead from his chinkuan bag and placed it beside him. As soon as the demonic bead appeared, the black liquid rushed over and quickly wrapped the demonic bead. The crazy conflict just now no longer existed and subsided. A strong suction came from the black liquid, as if it wanted to suck out all the essence contained in the demonic bead. However, no matter how hard the black liquid tried, it couldn't get any replenishment from the demonic bead. The strong suction even shocked Yang Chen, who was next to the demonic bead. Fortunately, it was only directed at the demonic bead. Yang Chen was protected by the living soil flying sword, so he didn't suffer any damage. After trying for a while, the black liquid finally stopped its futile efforts. Then, before Yang Chen realized what had happened, more black liquid poured in. At the same time, an unclear thought came from the demonized vine to the 9 serenities flying sword. The meaning of the transmission was very obscure. Yang Chen, who was connected to the 9 serenities flying sword, could only guess a few simple meanings from it. Except inheritance and more he didn't understand. What happened next was beyond Yang Chen's expectations. A huge spiritual power mixed with an unimaginably rich demonic aura directly broke through the outer layer of the 9 serenities flying sword, and then passed through the black liquid and quickly entered the demonic bead. Beside Yang Chen, the demonic bead, which was already huge enough to make Yang Chen speechless, began to grow like an inflatable balloon. At the same time, the demonic aura that had been purified by Yang Chen also infected the pure gold demonic bead into pure black again. Chapter 1097. Yang Chen could not see it, but he could feel it. This process really made Yang Chen feel strange. Only now did he vaguely understand what the so-called acceptance meant. It turned out that the ultimate demonized vine was cultivating the fake demonized vine the 9 nether-flying sword imitated. So, the inheritance was to let the 9 nether-flying sword pass on the demonized vine's race? That was the literal meaning, but Yang Chen could not guess the intention of the demonized vine. Speaking of which, shouldn't this ultimate demonized vine be the mother of the demonized vine species? Why did it pass on the responsibility of inheritance to the 9 nether-flying sword? What kind of situation would make the ultimate demonized vine make such a choice? Yang Chen couldn't help but start to ponder. If it was him, under what circumstances would he pass on his legacy to his descendant? After thinking about it, there seemed to be only a few situations. Either he was going to transcend the tribulation and ascend, or he no longer had the ability to do so. Only then would he entrust it to his descendants. It was impossible to transcend the tribulation and ascend. With the cultivation of a grade 2 earth immortal, if he wanted to transcend the tribulation, he would have done so long ago. Under the invasion of the devil Chi, it seemed that it was even impossible to transcend the tribulation. Then, under what circumstances did it not have the ability? Seriously injured, disabled, or dying? As soon as this speculation rushed out of Yang Chen's mind, he couldn't stop thinking about it. The crazy suction that came from the black liquid just now seemed to want to suck the essence of the demonic bead clean. But he didn't know why it couldn't succeed. Why did the ultimate demonized vine want to suck its descendants? There seemed to be no other reason except to save itself. In other words, this ultimate demonized demon vine was far from being as terrifying as Yang Chen had guessed. It was either seriously injured, or there were other reasons for its death. The possibility was so high that Yang Chen couldn't help but get excited. At this time, he carefully sensed the situation of the ultimate demonized vine through the 9 nether flying sword, and he seemed to be able to vaguely detect a trace of well-concealed death chi. The few wisps of almost non-existent death chi made Yang Chen even more certain that this demonized vine did not have long to live. He didn't know what kind of changes had happened that caused such a powerful demonic vine that had occupied the exit of the devil chi to be in such a situation. But no matter what, this was beneficial to Yang Chen. Now, Yang Chen finally figured out what had just happened. For some reason, this demonized ultimate vine was on the verge of death. Suddenly discovering a descendant of his, he immediately sucked the descendant into his body, attempting to use the life essence of the descendant to save himself. However, after realizing that its efforts were futile, the demonic vine, ultimate demonic vine, made a decisive decision to pass on its essence to this younger generation, allowing it to pass on the legacy of the demonic vine race on its behalf. Thus, there was the process of crazily filling up the demonic bead. Understanding the situation in front of him, Yang Chen didn't know whether he should be glad that he was so lucky, or should he be afraid that he almost became a tonic for the demonic vine, ultimate demonic vine. The only thing he could be sure of was that it seemed that refining this space connection point where the devil chi overflowed was not so far-fetched, but within reach and very likely to be achieved. However, the current situation was not up to Yang Chen to decide. Everything was under the control of the demonic vine, ultimate demonic vine. Yang Chen didn't know how long this process would last, but he was sure that for the time being he should be very safe in the body of the demonic vine, ultimate demonic vine. Outside the body of the demonic vine, ultimate demonic vine that Yang Chen couldn't see, the demonic vine, ultimate demonic vine that had been trapped in its own territory, was completely different from before. The vines were wide open and frantically stretched out to the surroundings. The beasts that were not far from the demonic vine, ultimate demonic vine, seemed to be aware of the impending crisis. They were about to get up and escape, but it was too late. The vines that grew like ghosts had already entangled the surrounding beasts with lightning speed and began to kill them in a frenzy. Countless black barbs grew out of the vines and pierced deep into the beasts that had been wrapped up. Although they were also at the earthen immortal stage, there was still a considerable gap between them and the demonized Yao beasts. Thus, they were practically incapable of fighting back. The black barbs were like countless blood-sucking mouths, crazily absorbing the life essence of these beasts and continuously transferring it to the demonized vine's main body. Because the ultimate demonified vine could no longer use these life essences, they were transferred to the demonic bead beside Yang Chen. In less than 4 hours, the demonic baleful bead had expanded to more than 20 feet, and it was still expanding. Within a radius of several hundred miles, almost all the beasts were killed by the demonized vine's vines. Countless vines were constantly absorbing the essence of these beasts, continuously transferring these essences to the mother body. Then the mother body was filled into the demonic baleful bead. Under such circumstances, Yang Chen did not need to do anything else. As long as he waited patiently, the demonic vine, ultimate demonified vine, would inject all its essence into the fake 9 nether flying sword and then die on its own. Yang Chen only needed to protect himself from being hurt by the demonic qi and the black liquid. Such a situation was simply unimaginable to the point of being unbelievable. Who could have expected that a near-death experience would end up like this? The ups and downs of the process made it hard for people to believe that all of this was real and not a dream. After thinking about it, Yang Chen could only sigh. Maybe he had too much luck after his rebirth, so that such a thing could happen again and again. Not only was it a golden pie, but it coincidentally fell directly into Yang Chen's mouth. Even the effort of picking it up was saved for Yang Chen. In that case, what was there for Yang Chen to hesitate about? If he did not accept the gift of the heavens, he would suffer the consequences. He immediately controlled the 9 nether flying sword and frantically absorbed the extremely rich demonic energy. While absorbing the demonic energy, Yang Chen sighed at the beauty of life. But soon, Yang Chen realized that he seemed to have overlooked something and almost let a lot of treasures pass him by. These highly toxic and violently corrosive black liquid were also a kind of material, and it was a top material that Yang Chen could not find. Among the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword, it was still missing the 8th metal flying sword and the 9th water flying sword. He did not know where to find the materials to refine the 8th metal flying sword. However, wasn't this black liquid the most suitable material for the 9th water attribute? If the black liquid was refined into the 9th water flying sword, it would naturally be poisonous and corrosive. What kind of nightmare would it be? Chapter 1098. Everything had to wait until the current situation was over. Otherwise, Yang Chen would not be able to take any action. Even if the ultimate demonized demon vine was seriously injured and on the verge of death, it was still a grade 2 earth immortal before it died. Killing Yang Chen in seconds was still effortless. A skinny camel was bigger than a horse. This was determined by the realm. If he really thought that the ultimate demonized demon vine was dying and wanted to show off his bravery, then he would be a fool. He would definitely die without any residue left. It was better now. Safe, he didn't have to risk his life, he just had to wait. Even if Yang Chen and the ultimate demonized demon vine were evenly matched, wouldn't it take time to kill it? Anyway, it was a waste of time. How could it not be a waste? This black liquid was secreted by the ultimate demonized demon vine. It should have experienced many years of demonic energy and absorbed a lot of poison. This time it was formed. If it was evaporated by a fire, it would be a reckless waste of natural resources. Slightly contaminated with a little bit of the black liquid, Yang Chen's fingers immediately became severely numb. It must be known that Yang Chen's body was a strong body that had cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. But he couldn't resist this terrifying black liquid. If it was another cultivator, it would definitely be a fatal blow. The blue jade blood phantom vine appeared silently and plunged into Yang Chen's hand, quickly absorbing and purifying the poisonous gas that had affected Yang Chen's arm. The original blue jade blood phantom vine may not have such a strong purification ability, but not long ago, Yang Chen gave up by a seed of the demonized demon vine. After being absorbed and integrated by a bai, she had a certain resistance to this kind of poison secreted from the roots of the demonized demon vine. Yang Chen had little contact with the black liquid, plus his own strength and resistance, but even so, the blue jade blood phantom vine still took half an incense stick of time to purify the poisonous gas. If there was more contact, I'm afraid it would not be so easy. It seemed that the protection of the breathing soil flying sword was really an escape route that Li Cheng had accidentally prepared for Yang Chen. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely thank this sworn brother. However, Yang Chen soon became worried. He didn't know how to refine such a terrifying black liquid into a flying sword 9. Putting everything else aside, just collecting them was troublesome enough. Of course, this was only an imagination, and it was impossible to put it into practice. The ultimate demonified vine was still painstakingly cultivating the fake demonified vine, the 9 nether flying sword, so that it would have the strength to inherit its power. At this time, the slightest disturbance could lead to a disaster. If it weren't for the fact that the ultimate demonized vine had not yet cultivated into a monster like the old tree demon and Mubo, Yang Chen would have already been exposed by now. Speaking of which, it was really fortunate. Yang Chen didn't know how many times he had used the word luck to sigh. At the same time, he also sighed that the word blessing was really an indispensable magic weapon for cultivators. The things on Yang Chen's body, any one of them would almost have a completely different result. It had to be said that this demonified vine was arranged by heaven for Yang Chen to be subdued. How much life essence of countless earth immortals and beasts close to earth immortals was added up, Yang Chen didn't know and couldn't calculate it. Putting everything else aside, just the ultimate demonified vine's plan for its descendants had taken a few months to absorb. Perhaps the demonic vine ultimate demonification had another purpose, which was to strengthen its descendants while also eliminating the competitors around it. The instinct of living things would subconsciously make a choice. The escape point of the devil Qi created the strongest strength of the ultimate demonified vine, but also created countless competitors who were eyeing it. The other beasts were contaminated by the devil Qi, leaving only the instinct of survival and reproduction, but also the desire to compete for the best resources. If he didn't kill all the surrounding beasts, it would be impossible for the young 9 nether flying sword, which had received the attention of his own life essence, to resist the joint strangulation of the other beasts. The ultimate demonified vine, at the last moment of its life, still instinctively cleared the surroundings. The devilish bead beside Yang Chen was already more than a dozen feet in diameter. It was completely a huge devilish ball. No matter how it was called a devilish bead, it couldn't change the size of the huge ball. How many years of cultivation could be improved by swallowing this devilish bead? Yang Chen couldn't calculate it. Perhaps, if he didn't consider the improvement of the state of mind, this devilish bead could directly improve people from the Qi refining stage to the earth immortal level. However, Yang Chen was very skeptical about what kind of person could swallow such a big devilish bead. Perhaps only those gigantic demonic beasts would be able to do it. No other cultivator would be able to do it. What would such a devilish bead be used for? Yang Chen hadn't thought about it for the time being. Perhaps in the future, if there was a chance, he could refine all the devilish beads in his hands into elixirs that could improve the cultivation of cultivators. It would be the best choice to prepare for his own sect. Not everyone had the qualifications like Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue, and not everyone could be like Yang Chen and Li Cheng, who could completely cultivate to the peak without the help of external objects. When necessary, some elixirs that could improve one's cultivation would become a key help. Yang Chen was not a pedantic person. He could not take the devilish bead himself, nor let his wives take the devilish bead, but that was because they didn't need it. But for some people who were close to him but didn't have outstanding qualifications, he didn't mind using this method to improve their cultivation. If his cultivation was not enough, he would die now, and after taking the devilish bead, his cultivation would increase and his lifespan would increase, but it would take a long time to eliminate the effects of the devilish bead. Between the two, Yang Chen would not hesitate to choose the latter. The ultimate demonized vine was still constantly filling the life essence, and the devilish bead was getting bigger and bigger, but the speed had slowed down a lot. And Yang Chen also felt the death qi of the ultimate demonized vine through the 9 serenities flying sword. It was a kind of hopeless depression, and it was also the trace of a powerful master slowly walking towards death. Yang Chen didn't know what happened to the ultimate demonized vine before he arrived, but he couldn't help but say that no matter what happened, this demonized vine really died a good death. It died a good death, it died a croaking death, and it died at the right time. Everything seemed to be deliberately arranged by the heavens, completely to serve Yang Chen's goal. It was not an exaggeration to say that this series of changes came true. Finally, after persisting for a few more months, the ultimate demonized vine finally killed the beasts within hundreds of miles, absorbed all their life essence, and injected all of it into the body of the 9 Serenities flying sword. As for the demonified vine itself, it finally became a dead thing. Chapter 1099. As soon as the aura of the ultimate demonized vine dissipated, Yang Qin, who had been waiting for a few months, could finally start his plan. The most important task at the moment was, of course, to collect the powerful 9th water-black liquid. In the beginning, Yang Chen refined a few large jade bottles, wanting to contain the black liquid. But as soon as the black liquid was poured in, the jade bottles made a hissing sound of corrosion, and soon they became riddled with holes. Using an empty medicine garden space, he sent the surrounding soil together with the black liquid. But it only lasted for a few days. The entire medicine garden space was destroyed. It could not resist the strong corrosion of the black liquid. In desperation, Yang Qin had to first use the live soil flying sword to form a large ball, wrapped all the black liquid, and sent it into the merit ring. Now the only thing that could resist the corrosion of the black liquid seemed to be the live soil flying sword. As for refining the 9th water flying sword, he could only wait until he thought of a way in the future. The most important thing at the moment was not to refine the 9th water flying sword, but to refine the spatial connection point. As soon as the ultimate demonized vine died, the spatial connection point that Yang Qin could not find was easily located by Yang Qin. It was not far from the current location of Yang Qin, it was just deeper underground. Naturally, Yang Chen would not give up the good things on the ultimate demonized vine. Regardless of anything else, he first put the entire body of the ultimate demonized vine into a blank Qinkuan bag, and together with a huge devilish bead, they were wrapped by the 9 Serenities flying sword and put into the Qinkuan bag. The demonic qi on it was so rich that it was almost substantial. He could only wait to purify it in the future. The urgent task now was to refine the spatial connection point first, while there were no beasts in the surrounding hundreds of miles. Everything around him was discovered after Yang Qin collected the body of the ultimate demonized vine. He was shocked on the spot and quickly guessed what had happened. This was a rare opportunity. If Yang Chen did not hurry, the beasts that were further away would notice the situation here. Once they rushed over to take over the territory, even 100 Yang Qin would not be enough to kill them. Even if it was 1,000 miles away, the weakest of the beasts was still a grade 9 human immortal. It was more than enough to kill Yang Qin instantly. After confirming the location of the spatial connection point, Yang Chen used Earth Escape and appeared next to the spatial connection point. This spatial connection point was about a foot in radius. Just by standing beside it, one could feel the spatial fluctuations. Liquid-like devil qi was emitting from the connection point. In just a short while, it had completely infected the surrounding land. When the demonified ultimate vine was present, all the demonic energy was first absorbed by the demonified vine before being released. Now that the barrier was gone, the demonic energy was released even faster. Moreover, with this degree of demonic energy, even Yang Qin had a burst of emotional impulses, almost unable to control himself. Under vigilance, Yang Chen had to take out all the demonic beads, including the largest demonic bead that had just been put into the Qinkuan bag, and distributed them around the spatial connection point. At the same time, several nested array flags that had been prepared were also placed around by Yang Qin. They were refined by Yang Qin before he set off. They were the array that he had obtained from those old demons. After adding a few reinforcement effects, they were used to temporarily shield the demonic energy. Immediately, Yang Qin saw the effect. The demonic beads that had been purified by Yang Qin instantly turned black, and then began to actively absorb the demonic energy. With the largest bead on top, the demonic energy still could not be released immediately. The array also played a full role. It quickly absorbed the demonic energy and gathered most of the demonic energy between the array flags. For the time being, it looked like the scene before the ultimate demonized vine died. Presumably, this situation could be concealed for a while, but it was absolutely impossible to conceal it forever. Yang Qin knew that time was precious. He resisted the discomfort of the demonic energy invasion and launched the refining cultivation method that Yang Qin called the Broken Universe Cultivation Method, and began to race against time to refine. The size of this spatial connection point was much smaller than the entrance to the Immortal beheading platform. Moreover, there was no need to refine it in the dream reversal great technique, so it was much easier than refining the entrance to the Immortal beheading platform. It was just that because of the interference of the demonic energy, Yang Chen's refining process was a little bumpy and very unsmooth. Fortunately, what Yang Chen needed was only the initial refining. As long as he could establish a connection with the spatial connection point at any time and anywhere in the future, he could refine it at any time. No matter how bumpy the process was, after 4 months, Yang Chen still struggled to complete this step. Although the devilish bead absorbed and filtered most of the demonic energy, there was still more demonic energy that escaped out. The situation here must have aroused the suspicion of those beasts in the periphery. However, based on survival instincts and fear of the strong, those beasts did not dare to enter the central area. It was just that the situation was already on the verge of breaking out, and it was extremely dangerous. Once the initial refining was completed, Yang Qin no longer had any worries. He quickly put all the devilish beads into the Qinquan bag. He didn't even bother to check if there were any changes in them. He directly summoned the shuttle, and then wrapped it with the 9 nether flying sword and quickly rushed in the direction from which he came. Yang Qin did not put away the array flags. He still hoped that they could hold on for a little more time and give Yang Chen a little more chance to escape. However, without the absorption of the devilish bead, the demonic energy was too overflowing. In less than half an incense stick of time, the array flags could no longer support it and exploded. Almost at the moment when the array flags exploded, the demonic energy gushed out and was hundreds of times stronger. This was simply the explosion of the demonic energy. As soon as the array flags were broken, the demonic energy spread out at a speed that made people stunned. The array flags bought a little bit of time for Yang Chen. Yang Chen's shuttle was just a little bit faster. Just after rushing thousands of miles away, the demonic energy swept over at high speed and quickly surpassed Yang Chen. The remaining beasts in the innermost circle had long noticed the abnormality of the demonic energy, but there had never been such a drastic change as today. The explosion of the demonic energy was like a signal. Those beasts no longer cared about their reproduction. All of them roared and rushed to the center of the demonic energy. All the beasts began to run madly towards the central area. No matter what was in the way, they were all crushed in the most barbaric way. Some of the demonic beasts that had just grown up were rushing outwards. When they encountered these beasts, they were all smashed into a pile of meat sauce. Yang Chen's shuttle also did not care about being exposed. It flew directly in the sky. Under the slightly thin demonic energy, no beasts would look at Yang Chen. Everyone rushed to the center so that Yang Chen was lucky to escape. Chapter 1100. The temptation of the devil Qi was really not a trivial matter. Yang Chen saw along the way that all the beasts were as excited as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. They didn't even care about the reproduction plan and ran wildly toward the center. Several kinds of flying demon beasts had already taken the lead and rushed to the forefront. Yang Chen doesn't care what these beasts will do after they rush to the central area. What he has to do now is to escape from this deadly area, and then take his 4 wives and leave the demon continent as fast as possible. This large group of breeding beasts might even start a fierce battle. In the end, it would decide which of the strongest fellows would be guarding the center. Then, all the breeding beasts would be allocated their living areas according to their strength. It must be known that the closer to the center, the stronger the devil Qi. For these beasts, it also means a better living environment and more devil Qi resources. And it also means that they can reproduce more powerful offspring. This battle will definitely last for a long time, enough for him to take his 4 wives away. Speaking of which, The initial refining of the space connection point was successful, and he could refine it any time and anywhere in the future. Leaving the demon continent was the right way. Now these beasts are fighting and snatching. No one knows that one day after Yang Chen refines the space, they will not get a trace of devil chi, and all of it will be owned by Yang Chen alone. Speaking of it, Yang Chen's trip to the center was a fruitful harvest that he didn't even expect. Not to mention anything else. Just the huge devilish bead was enough to cause a frenzy in the Dao sections. There was no time to organize everything. Safety first, Yang Chen drove the shuttle and added a shield of the sea-pouring Jasper Cup outside, and quickly rushed out of the area densely populated with beasts. Fortunately, all the beast's attention was on the devil chi, so Yang Chen was able to rush out without being affected. Yang Chen was gone for several years, and the women were actually a little anxious. In the most central gathering point, they could only cultivate while waiting patiently, and finally waited for Yang Chen's return. "Let's go." As soon as Yang Chen saw them, he didn't say a word. With just one word, he took the 4 women and left without hesitation. He didn't even have time to explain what had happened. The 4 women could see the seriousness of the situation from Yang Chen's face, so they got up and left without hesitation. This was one of the advantages of being a cultivator. Almost all of their belongings could be carried with them. There was no need to pack them up, and they could just turn around and leave. "Everyone, there will be a big change in this place in the near future. Leave if you can." Just as he was about to leave with the 4 women, Yang Chen saw some cultivators who were still doing business or resting in the gathering point. Regardless of the identity or stance of these cultivators, Yang Chen felt the need to remind them. This sentence was said without any head or tail, causing everyone to be puzzled. But Yang Chen didn't give those people a chance to explain. He directly drove the shuttle and flew quickly to the outermost periphery. When he arrived at the gathering point, there were no demonized monsters that could threaten Yang Chen, so he could use his flying magic weapon without worry. Yang Chen left completely happy, but it made a group of masters who were resting in the gathering point feel inexplicable. Those who were doing business were fine. They had seen Yang Chen before and knew the identity of Yang Chen. Most of the others didn't know Yang Chen. They came here to rest. Secondly, they heard that Grandmaster Yang would stay here, so they came to find Grandmaster Yang to purify the devilish bead. The cultivators who knew Yang Chen immediately realized that something big had happened. They immediately packed up their things and left without any hesitation. This action immediately caused the others to be somewhat at a loss. A master grabbed a store owner who was about to leave, frowned, and asked, "What the hell happened? Why do you want to leave?" "I don't know what happened, but Grandmaster Yang said to leave immediately, then leave immediately." The store owner didn't want to stay for a moment. He directly dropped this sentence, then broke away from the man's arm and left in a hurry. "Grandmaster Yang? Which Grandmaster Yang?" The store owner's words also made several people around him frown and asked, "Which Grandmaster Yang? You came here for who?" A store owner who followed behind smiled bitterly and did not hesitate to take out his flying sword and quickly left, leaving a large group of masters who had not yet fully reacted. Alchemist Grandmaster Yang. Most people heard the words of Grandmaster Yang and suddenly became serious. Everyone looked at each other for a long time. Then it seemed that they suddenly reacted and quickly got up and left, no longer caring about anything else. Even the alchemist Grandmaster Yang said that he wanted to leave, and the store owners did not hesitate to leave the industry. Isn't this enough to explain the problem? Those who could come here were definitely masters, and they were all smart masters who had experience for many years. None of them were fools. It was a matter of life and death. It was better to believe it than not. "Let's go." In less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the gathering place immediately became clean and no one stayed. "Husband, what happened?" After Yang Chen found the right direction and set up the flying shuttle, he sat down in the flying shuttle. Gao Yu stood behind Yang Chen and then gently massaged Yang Chen. Gao Yu asked, and the other 3 women did not stay idle. Shi Shan quickly brewed a pot of tea for Yang Qin, then poured a cup and sent it to Yang Chen's hands. Sun Qingshiwe had already taken advantage of Yang Chen's embrace, waiting for his answer. I've removed the center of the demonic qi. Yang Chen had nothing to hide from his wife. It may cause a big change, so it's better to leave early. Without the beasts in the core of a few hundred miles, it was true that the rest of the beasts would be reshuffled. But because the species was reduced by a lot, and there was no strong guy like the ultimate demonized vine that could suppress the demonic qi, the remaining beasts could definitely get more demonic qi. In a short period of time, all the beasts would have a skyrocketing strength. The consequence of the skyrocketing strength of the beasts was that the strength of the demonic beasts they bred would also skyrocket. Others might not know, but Yang Chen was the most clear about how rich the demonic qi was from the overflowing point of the demonic qi. I am afraid that the demonic beasts near the core gathering point could increase at least 2 small realms. That also meant that the demonic beasts that were originally only at the late Deshang stage and peak Deshang stage would have the cultivation base of the human immortal 1st grade or 2nd grade. If they stayed there to practice, it would be a direct death. Not everyone has the strength beyond the grade, like Yang Qin and Li Cheng. Chapter 1101. He told those cultivators that Yang Chen was only helping them out of morality. As for whether they would listen to him or not, that was their business. Yang Chen had no idea how influential his fiend refiner Master Yang was. Not a single cultivator was left at the gathering point. Hearing that Yang Chen had actually missed the central point, the 4 women were a little shocked. They did not have the strength to enter the core area, and even in that area they had no choice but to join forces to protect themselves and train together. Their husband had actually reached such a level without batting an eyelid. While they were happy, they also felt that their husband was getting further and further away from them. Don't belittle yourself. Of course, Yang Chen could understand what his 4 wives were thinking. Not to mention the others, Shi Shanshan's thoughts were practically written on her face. How could he not see it? I was extremely lucky on this trip. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Yang Chen sighed and began to narrate his experience. Hearing about the beasts above grade 7 human immortal and grade 2 earth immortal ultimate demonized demonic vine, the women could not help but exclaim. When they thought about how their husband was in so many places where he could be killed at any time, and how he courageously walked thousands of miles to reach the center, they could not help but be alarmed. The matter was already over, but it was still so shocking. One could imagine how Yang Qin felt at that time. No wonder Yang Qin fled in panic as soon as he came out. If it were them, they would definitely behave the same way. When they heard that their husband was treated as a junior by the ultimate demonized demonic vine because of the 9 nether flying sword, and that he was almost absorbed to heal his injuries, they all felt a lingering fear. As for the terrifying black liquid, the ultimate demonized demonic vine happened to be on the verge of death at that time. It was extremely shocking. No wonder her husband said that he was extremely lucky it really was so. There were so many coincidences. If he did not catch up with any of them, Yang Chen would have died. It was already a great fortune for him to be able to come back in one piece. I will never take such a risk again. After listening to Yang Chen's narration, when everyone was frightened, Gao Yu also once again took out the face of a long-lost master and severely reprimanded Yang Chen. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for us sisters. If something happens to you, how will we sisters live? This time, the 4 wives all stood on the opposite side of Yang Chen, and all of them complained about Yang Chen. It wasn't until Yang Chen repeatedly promised that he would never take such risks in the future that the women finally gave up. Despite the 4 women's behavior, Yang Chen's heart was filled with sweetness. Was there anything more blissful than his own wife caring for him? Yang Chen didn't stop along the way and drove the shuttle to the edge of the demon continent at full speed. This trip has fully achieved the purpose of the experience, and after a few decades, it was time to return to the sect. The shuttle was as fast as the wind, and it wasn't until half of the demon continent that Yang Qin was finally relieved. At least here, for the time being, there would be no danger. The mood of the family eased down, and the four women began to exchange experiences with Yang Qin, various battle summaries. Yang Qin also taught his own experience, and everyone benefited a lot. Because of Li Cheng's guidance, everyone has been polishing their spiritual power during this period of time, making their spiritual power more and more pure. In terms of pure spiritual power cultivation base, there has not been much growth, and it still remains at the level of the middle Yuanying stage. But in terms of real combat ability, the four women could even deal with a demonic monster in the early Desheng stage alone. As for Yang Qin, he couldn't be guessed with common sense. Anyway, in the mortal world, except for some old monsters of the big sect, no one could be his opponent. The 9 secluded flying sword and those demonic beads were too late to deal with before, and Yang Qin was afraid that if he dealt with them in the demon continent, it would cause any unnecessary trouble. So he temporarily sealed them in the Qianquan bag and waited until he left the demon continent before purifying them. After a few months of traveling, they finally came to the edge of the demon continent. It was still the same entrance, but now it has become the exit for Yang Qin and others to leave. If you want to leave, you must make a heart oath to be allowed by the formation. Not to mention that Yang Qin and others were only at the Yuanying stage. Even those masters who had transcended tribulation and ascended must make a heart oath before ascending, never to disclose the true situation of the demon continent, otherwise they would only be let go by the formation. Otherwise, it would only trigger the attack of the formation. Yang Qin and others had long known this rule. After everyone made a heart oath, they were able to come to another place from a sudden opening in the formation. This was a rest place for all those who wanted to leave to wait for the exit to open. Basically, the rules here were the same as the gathering point. Those who wanted to leave also knew that the demon continent was a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. No one would set up a powerful enemy for themselves when they wanted to leave safely, so it was relatively quiet here. Big brother. To Yang Qin's surprise, Yang Qin saw Li Cheng's figure again here. This is really fate. Li Cheng was also at this rest point, waiting for the exit to be released. In terms of time, it was actually the same as Yang Qin and others. When they came in, they were together, but they never made an agreement. But even when they left, they were also together. It had to be said that it was really fate. You guys are leaving too? Li Cheng also didn't expect to meet Yang Qin's family here. After greeting his 4 sisters-in-law, he couldn't help but sigh. It really is fate. It seems that you and I really have the fate of brothers. Acquaintances were happy to meet each other, and everyone had another exchange of greetings. Li Cheng also felt that he had achieved the purpose of the experience after practicing near the central area, so he left. From this point of view, Yang Qin and Li Cheng's views were the same. It was not necessary to be able to deal with the most powerful, demonized monster to achieve the goal. As long as they could hone their combat skills, be able to find a way to deal with the heart demon, and be able to resist high-intensity battles, these were enough. As for dealing with the enemy when the cultivation base was high, they would naturally be able to do it when the time was right. What's more, with everyone's qualifications, there was no need to waste time here to fight for more opportunities for themselves. When everyone was almost done talking, Yang Qin suddenly remembered that his sworn brother should be a master of refining. Not to look at him guiding Gong Sunling to temper the mountain river geographical map, it would only take a few hundred years. Such a master of refining might know how to refine those powerful black liquids. Yang Qin's 9th water-flying sword might also have the possibility of refining it. Chapter 11:02. There is a question I want to ask Big Brother. Yang Qin thought of it and acted immediately and asked, "Oh, what's the problem?" Li Cheng didn't care and asked very casually, "I recently found a kind of 9th water material and I want to refine it into a 9th water-flying sword. But this material is a bit special and I don't know how to refine it." Yang Qin sincerely asked for advice. Although Yang Chen was also a good refiner in his previous life, compared with a real refiner expert, he was still a lot worse. Moreover, the magic weapons that he refined himself were limited to the fire attribute. For other attributes, he saw a lot and heard a lot, but he rarely used them. It was already a great achievement to be able to get the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword to this point by chance. But when he really encountered a material that he was not familiar with and he didn't know the refining method, Yang Chen was still at a loss. There were only a few people in the resting place. In addition to Yang Chen's family and Li Cheng, there were 2 Deshang stage masters in another corner. Li Cheng didn't worry that someone would hear him and asked curiously, "What kind of good material? Even you don't know the refining method." Li Cheng has also seen Yang Chen's means, especially his yin and yang 5 elements cultivation, and he also refined the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword, which was enough to make him look at Yang Chen with new eyes. But now that he heard that there was a material that Yang Chen couldn't handle, he immediately became interested. Yang Chen's mind moved, and a drop of black liquid seeped out of the gap of the live soil flying sword, and then Abai also stretched out a thin green vine from the medicine garden. A leaf opened, holding the drop of black liquid, and spread it in Yang Chen's hand. Carefully holding this drop of black liquid, Yang Chen reached out in the direction of Li Cheng. Li Cheng's face also became serious. He stood up, carefully looked at the drop of black liquid, and then frowned. After carefully observing for a while, Li Cheng suddenly clenched his teeth, extended a finger, and gently touched the black liquid. Yang Chen watched all this happen, but did not stop it. He just quietly waited for Li Cheng to analyze the results. Yang Chen knew that with Li Cheng's cultivation, there would be no danger if he touched it with just a little finger, but he still carefully prepared and planned to use the blue jade blood phantom vine to remove the poison for Li Cheng. Hiss! After Li Cheng came into contact with the black liquid, he let out a gasp of cold air. After a while, he twisted his fingers and dissolved the black liquid without leaving a trace. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Using this thing to refine the flying sword, you are really vicious. Whoever dares to be your enemy must have the bad luck of 8 lifetimes." Li Cheng's unceremonious scolding had fully demonstrated the horror of the black liquid. Several of Yang Chen's wives were watching from the side. Although Yang Chen had talked about the black liquid, he had never let them see the real thing, for fear of hurting the women. Now they finally had the opportunity to see it with their own eyes. Although they didn't know the power of the black liquid, even Li Cheng said so. It showed how afraid this black liquid was. The women listened to Li Cheng's scolding, and they were a little sad. Even if they didn't use this black liquid, it was not a happy thing to become the enemy of Yang Chen. The material is good, the best of the best. After Li Cheng scolded, he still made a very objective evaluation. However, what material are you going to use to make the sword hilt? Presumably, with your habit, you still like to hold the flying sword in your hand to fight, right? As soon as Li Cheng's voice fell, an unfamiliar voice suddenly came in from the other side. "What top-level material can be so good? Can you let me see it?" There was a lot of discussion in his words, but there was no meaning of discussion in his tone. Instead, there was a kind of arrogance, as if Yang Chen must do it according to his words. The speaker was one of the 2 masters of the Deshang stage who were resting in another corner. Of the 2 masters, one was in the early Deshang stage, and the other was in the middle Deshang stage. The one who spoke was in the early Deshang stage. However, the master in the middle Deshang stage was also looking at them with cold eyes, but there was a threat in his eyes. The bad habit of the people who cultivated in the demon continent was to bully the weak and fear the strong. To seize things by force, there was no so-called morality. Everyone was excited because the bigger fist was the truth, so it was common to do this kind of thing at this time. "Kid, before leaving the demon continent, I will teach you a lesson." The middle-aged man in the early Deshang stage grinned and said, "Don't show your wealth. Don't show your treasure in public. You will die miserably. Today you met us. You are lucky. The two of us are still reasonable. Just take a look. Isn't it too much? The four women all changed their faces for a while. Although they were all in the middle Yuanying stage, the masters of the Deshang stage that they had killed were not one or two. How could they tolerate the two guys in the early and middle Deshang stage here? At the moment, they wanted to teach the two guys a lesson. Don't be so impulsive. It's forbidden to fight here. Yang Chen just understated and let the four women obediently throw away their temper. You are really lucky to have such a good wife to help you. Li Cheng didn't care about what happened at all and only praised the women. He wants my things, I give it to him. It's not a fight, right? Yang Chen suddenly asked as if he was talking to himself. It's not. Li Cheng shook his head immediately and replied with certainty. If you don't believe me, you can ask them, is this a fight? Of course not. How can this be counted as a fight? Listening to Yang Chen, the faces of the two masters of the Deshang stage were full of smiles. The master of the early Deshang stage immediately replied. After that, he still had a grin on his face. You are a good person. I will let you live. That's good. Since you want to see it, then let's see it. Yang Chen didn't raise his head. His palm flicked, and the drop of black liquid flew to the master of the middle Deshang stage. Li Cheng just stretched out his finger and touched a little bit. There was still some left, enough for the two guys to look carefully. Seeing the black liquid close to the body, the master of the middle Deshang stage casually reached out and took it. Just now, Yang Chen also reached out and took it out like this, and Li Cheng also reached out and touched it. The two juniors of the Yuanying stage were so relaxed if it was replaced by him. A predecessor of the Deshang stage, wouldn't it be easier? However, Yang Chen was now so straightforward that he said he would give it, which also made the two people have some errors in judgment. It was so easy to get it. This thing was obviously not a good thing. What could a junior of the Yuanying stage say was the best of the best? What could it be? They didn't know how many things they had never seen or heard of. Do they know what was the best? At this time, both of them were a little regretful. They didn't get the good things. They didn't fall into the name of bullying the weak. Although no one would care about this, it was not good to hear. Chapter 11:03. Pa! The half-drop of black liquid directly hit the hand of the middle Deshang stage master, and then splashed. However, even if the black water splashed, this drop of black liquid seemed to be very sticky. It did not fly away, but it was still connected to a group. The master of the middle Deshang stage only felt that his palms were wet, and he planned to take his arm back to his eyes to see. However, when this idea came up, he also began to retract his arm, but the arm in his body has been maintained in a state of outstretched and did not move. What happened? The cold sweat on the head of the master of the middle Deshang stage came out. At this time he found that his arm was just stained with that drop of black liquid, and immediately became paralyzed, no longer listening to the command of his brain. Thinking of the words so vicious that Li Cheng just said, how could he not understand that there was poison in this black liquid, and it was still highly toxic? Just look at the fact that it could make him instantly paralyzed and unable to move. He knew that this toxicity was definitely in the top few of the world's strange poisons. This junior dares to hurt people with poison? The master was shocked and could not help but yell out. After saying the sentence, he planned to rush out and put Yang Chen on the ground with one hand, but suddenly found that he had no feeling below his chest. The master of the early Deshang stage, who first spoke, next to him was shocked when he heard his companions say that he hurt people with poison. He didn't want to think about it. The flying sword was unsheathed and quickly slashed toward Yang Chen. However, the flying sword had just been unsheathed, and a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the dome above his head. With a click, it hit the forehead of the master of the early Deshang stage. Why bother? Don't do it here. Yang Chen and Li Cheng both stood in the same place and did not move. Yang Chen even looked at the two guys with a very regretful gaze and tone and shook his head. I'm going to leave soon. What's wrong with you? Do you have to jump into this kind of muddy water? When the voice fell, the master of the early Deshang stage, who had just exploded, now stopped in front of everyone. His body maintained a rushing posture, but there was no clarity in his eyes before, only a hole of death. That thunder had directly destroyed his whole body. No matter how he thought about it, he had been practicing in the demon continent for hundreds of years, and it was not easy for both of them to get a breakthrough. How could they be so fragile in front of these nascent Soul Stage juniors? However, the thunderbolts released by the sealing formation were not to be trifled with. This was not the inside of the demon continent. Although the gathering point was not allowed to use force, there was no such powerful guardian to maintain order. Now that everyone was at the edge of the sealing array formation, it was very common to see an additional offensive array formation. It was common, but its power was not common at all. A thunderbolt went down, and the master of the early Deshang stage, who was hit, no longer moved. Everyone's spiritual sense was open. Even if they couldn't see his face, they all understood that he was no longer breathing. As for the remaining expert, who had only stretched out his hand to catch the black liquid, he was now completely paralyzed and could no longer move. The master's heart was full of regret. He was about to complete the experience and leave this ghost place of the demon continent. How could he not be so proud and want to bully a few Yuanying stage juniors? The result was that the things held by the two younger generation juniors had no hindrance at all, while he and his old partner were paralyzed and one was dead. If they had known this, why did they do it? Would they have listened to their discussion quietly? In the end, it was still greed. As soon as they heard that there were top-level materials in the hands of several juniors, both of them immediately coveted them at the same time. The so-called people die for wealth. It was really not a false statement. The paralyzed master still thought that he must endure the humiliation. After this poison broke out, he would force out the poison, and then he could kill these arrogant kids one by one to vent the hatred in his heart. However, the pain and itch from the palm of his hand, plus the hissing sound, made the master's mood instantly sink into hell. That black drop of liquid turned out to be highly corrosive. Just in front of the middle Deshang stage master, his palm began to turn into black pus from the point of contact with the black liquid. And then the whole palm, arm, wrist, arm, the connected flesh and blood began to be deeply corroded one after another, revealing the white bones. Watching his own flesh and blood turn into white bones, those who were not in the game could not feel that kind of fear. Even if this master has been a master who has been in the demon continent for many years, he did not know how many times he has seen all kinds of killing scenes, but when it really happened to him, he found out how fragile his self-righteous strength was after his experience. At this time, the master finally understood what Li Cheng meant when he scolded Yang Qin for being vicious. It was really not wrong at all, it was really vicious. However, at this point, the master could only watch helplessly, unable to make any changes, and even unable to open his mouth to beg for mercy. He could only watch the flesh and blood on his arm disappear little by little with fear in his eyes, and then began to disappear from his shoulders and chest. Yang Chen, Li Cheng, and Yang Chen's 4 wives. None of them had the intention to save him. They all watched quietly. Such a terrifying corrosiveness made the 4 women finally understand why Li Cheng just asked Yang Chen what he was going to use to make the sword hilt. Could anyone really hold the flying sword made of such a thing with their hands? It's really powerful. Li Cheng withdrew his gaze from the master, frowned, and began to think. I have never seen such a thing before. I have to think about it carefully. There will be no results for a while. You don't have to worry. Wait for me to think of a safe way, then start refining. Then thank you, Big Brother, in advance. Yang Chen was not in a hurry. If Li Cheng came up with a refining method on the spot, that would be terrifying. On the contrary, this was very natural. Anyway, he still needed a lot of time to refine the 2 space points of the Immortal beheading stage entrance and the Devil Chi exit, so he couldn't care too much for the time being. When I think of a way, I will send it to your sect. It will not delay your business. Li Cheng nodded and gave Yang Qin a small promise. At this point, everyone no longer talked about everything about the black liquid. and talked to each other about some interesting things that happened inside the demon continent, slowly waiting for the exit to open. This time the wait was not long. Only after 7 days, the exit was opened. Everyone filed out and finally broke away from the seal of the demon continent. "See you later." Yang Chen and Li Cheng cupped their fists and said goodbye to each other. Li Cheng took a step first and disappeared in the opposite direction of Yang Chen's family in front of Yang Chen. "Come on, let's go home." Leaving the demon continent, Yang Chen's spirit was also uplifted. Looking at his 4 beautiful wives, he waved his hand in high spirits, and the shuttle flew through the air. Chapter 1104. When they reached the sea, it was really safe now. That sealing formation, at least in his previous life, had no problem for a long time after Yang Chen ascended, and there would be no big trouble now. As long as Yang Chen could refine the space connection point where the demonic energy overflowed, there would be no more worries. The shuttle directly drilled into the bottom of the sea, and Yang Chen's heart, which was a little uneasy along the way, was completely relieved. To be honest, there were some things that even Yang Chen would feel scared about. If there were not so many coincidences this time, Yang Chen himself would be lost on the demon continent, which was really not worth the loss. In the future, such dangerous things should be avoided as much as possible. However, the benefits were by no means absent. Not to mention the things he got, the experience of cultivation alone was enough to make Yang Chen very satisfied. Not to mention this kind of situation that he could not control the memory of his previous life, which was of great benefit to Yang Chen's experience in dealing with emergencies. Counting with his fingers, it was exactly 50 years from the year he entered the demon continent to the present departure. Not more and not less. It was exactly the same as Yang Chen's estimation back then. 50 years of experience in the demon continent was also a rare opportunity for the 4 women. In his previous life, they had not experienced in the demon continent, and after ascending, they still became the powerful and unparalleled Cold Plum Fairy and Dancing Snow Fairy. With this experience in this life, the growth of the 4 women was even more immeasurable. Not to mention anything else. At least it saved hundreds of years of time to correct the mistakes of cultivation, and they would only be more outstanding in the future. The killing of the demon continent had almost stained the hands of the 4 women with no less than tens of thousands of lives, although the killing intent on their bodies could not be compared with that of Yang Chen. It was enough to make the average cultivator fearful. In addition, Yang Chen's deliberate cultivation of the emotional heart demon made the Tao heart of the 4 women more resolute. It couldn't be said to be perfect, but at least there were ways to deal with any heart demon they encountered. All in all, Yang Chen's family could be said to have returned from a rewarding journey. This was especially true for Yang Chen. Needless to say, he had dozens of demonic beads that surpassed the 1st grade. Even the smallest bead had grown to the size of a wash basin due to absorbing demonic qi. The others had grown to varying degrees. Speaking of which, these demonic beads had now become black demonic beads with demonic qi, and they still needed to be thoroughly purified by Yang Chen before they could be used. There wasn't much to do on the sea, and the 4 women no longer had any thoughts of killing sea beasts. After killing so many powerful, demonized monsters in the demon continent, it seemed much easier to deal with these sea beasts in turn. This time they had left for good and did not plan on coming back again. Therefore, the 4 women could confidently go into seclusion in their husband's flying shuttle. On the one hand, he maintained his cultivation. On the other hand, he thoroughly summarized his experience in the demon continent. There was no such opportunity on the demon continent. Even if fighting was not allowed in the gathering point, but people's hearts were unpredictable, who knew what would happen. Only by their husband's side could the 4 women have such a completely relaxed mood. Yang Chen himself was planning to start purifying the demonic beads that had been contaminated by the demonic qi again. At least before returning to the Tao sect, Yang Chen had to purify the demonic qi on these demonic beads, otherwise he wouldn't be able to use them at all. In addition, the body of the ultimate demonized demonic vine also needed to be dealt with. At least the demonic qi had to be purified first, and the black liquid could not be exposed to the light for the time being. Only after the treatment could it be taken out. The body of the ultimate demonized demonic vine was naturally unreasonably strong. Yang Chen initially planned to take half of it for himself to strengthen his blood phantom vine flying sword, and the other half would be given to a Bai in the medicine garden to fuse with the new blue jade blood phantom vine. If there were no other changes, this would be the arrangement. He believed that after swallowing and absorbing the body of this ultimate demonized demonic vine, the strength of the blue jade blood phantom vine would rise several levels, and there would be no need to worry about anything that could easily hurt it. Although Sun Qingxue was also of the wood attribute, her flying sword had been finalized. It was of the first wood attribute, so this second wood attribute demonized demonic vine body was useless for the flying sword. Not everyone was like Yang Qin. All the acquired spirit roots were full value. It had to be said that these things alone were enough for Yang Qin to be busy. But when Yang Qin began to use the power of the 9 nether flying sword to purify the demonic qi on the demonic bead, he discovered that his plan still couldn't keep up with the changes. At that time, when refining the demonic qi space point, he didn't notice that the demonic qi attached to the 9 nether flying sword had exceeded the strength of the demonized demonic vine before planting the beast. Basically, as long as it was swept by the 9 nether flying sword, even if it was Yang Qin, he would have to forcibly suppress the outburst of emotions. If he wanted to continue to increase the intensity of the demonic qi, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base would have to be improved to continue. Otherwise, even Yang Chen would not be able to use it freely. The 9 nether flying sword was already unprecedentedly powerful. Even Yang Chen did not dare to use its full power easily. If he wanted to absorb and purify the demonic qi, he would have to use the 9 nether flying sword. It was not that the 9 nether flying sword could no longer accommodate more demonic qi. It was that even Yang Qin himself could not suppress the demonic qi. Therefore, the matter of purifying the demonic qi was directly abandoned before it had even started. Naturally, the purification of the body of the ultimate demonized demonic vine also became a bubble. Everything related to the demonic qi could not be seen, at least before the purification. Yang Chen could not use it. It was powerful, but if it was eliminated as a demon, it would not be worth the loss. Therefore, Yang Chen could only use this time to refine and absorb the thousands of demonic fire seeds obtained on the demon continent one by one. With the speed of the shuttle, coupled with the assistance of the water dividing wings, it would take at least 10 years to return to the Dao sect. This period of time was enough for Yang Qin to absorb and integrate all the fire seeds below the 5th grade. There were still a lot of ancient books in his hands, obtained from various channels, most of which Yang Qin had not had time to study carefully. Since Yang Chen was still under the guise of reading a lot of books, naturally he also needed to roughly scan it, adding some knowledge that he could not understand in his previous life's memory. Most importantly, Yang Qin had not touched the pill scriptures and the notes of the predecessors that he obtained from the Taishaman. Those were good things and were definitely worth savoring. On the shuttle, the 4 women were in retreat, and Yang Chen was alone, studying the jade slips while absorbing and fusing the demonic fire seeds. 10 years of time seemed to be just a while for the 4 women in retreat, and Yang Chen also completely absorbed and integrated all the fire seeds below the 5th grade and read no less than tens of thousands of ancient books. Finally, the shuttle entered the Dao sect's territory after more than 60 years. Chapter 1105. There was another month or 2 ahead to the Green Jade Immortal Island. The 4 women finally came out of seclusion one after another. In this retreat, all 4 women had gained a lot. They didn't dare to say anything else, but their mental cultivation base had been greatly improved, and even their spiritual power cultivation base had increased slightly. Seeing that they had returned to the Dao sects, everyone was full of interest, and they all had a feeling of returning to their hometown. "Husband, is it appropriate for us to go back like this?" Perhaps it was because of the homesickness. Even Sher Shan, who had never taken things outside of cultivation to heart, thought more and asked Yangchen, "Why is it inappropriate?" Sun Qingxue didn't worry about him and asked, very puzzled. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were also a little puzzled, and they all looked at Sher Shan. "AI." Sher Shan sighed slightly, turned to Sun Qingxue, and asked in a low voice, "If a stranger suddenly rushed at you now, what would you do?" "Kill him with a sword," Sun Qingxue replied without hesitation. "Aren't we always like this on the demon continent?" After she answered, Sun Qingxue immediately noticed that something was wrong. On the demon continent, as long as it was not one's own people, it was an enemy, there was no need to talk about any reason at all. Just kill. Their original intention was to go to killing experience, so it didn't matter how fierce they were. But now that they were back in the Dao sects, if they dealt with it in the same way, it would be a big trouble. Killing people at will. That was what the bloodthirsty devils would do. Even if it was to eliminate the devils and defend the Dao, they must verify the identity, know the evil deeds of the other party, and not do things that would not be taught. The problem was that after 50 years of experience in the demon continent, they had become accustomed to the kind of tense situation where they would make a move as soon as something was wrong. Suddenly returning to the relatively normal world of the Dao sects, no one could guarantee that they could hold back from making a move easily. Speaking of which, this was a kind of war syndrome similar to that of most soldiers who had been on the battlefield. It was just that after the experience in the demon continent, the symptoms would be thousands of times stronger than ordinary war syndrome. The slightest movement would lead to the habitual, destructive blow of the women. All of a sudden, all of the women felt quite dejected as they thought of this problem. If this problem was not solved, they would not have a foothold in Dao sect. I don't know how those who have left the demon continent after the experience deal with this kind of thing. Most of the masters who have experienced the experience of the demon continent will find themselves unable to adapt to ordinary life after returning to their original place. Yang Chen was about to talk to the girls about this problem, but Sher Shan asked first, so he began to answer. How did they overcome it? Sun Qingxue asked anxiously. She didn't think too much, but she felt that her husband must have a good idea. A small number of people would immediately go into seclusion for a long time after returning. They would spend at least 100 years, or even longer, to nurture their emotions, replied Yangchen with a smile. Spending hundreds of years in seclusion to recuperate was a cruel thing to do to the four women. Sun Qingxue felt bored just thinking about it. Speaking of which, the four women weren't crazy about seclusion, so naturally they weren't used to this method. What about most people? Listening to Yangchen saying that only a small number of people did this, Sun Qingxue immediately became spirited and waited expectantly for Yangchen's answer. Most people choose to return to the demon continent and continue to practice until they die or transcend their tribulation. Yangchen said calmly, these were all facts, at least the masters they met at the most central gathering points. Almost all of them had such experiences. It's just that the four women didn't think much about it at the time and didn't pay attention to it. Yangchen knew all about it. Sun Qingxue, who was looking forward to waiting for Yangchen to say a good idea, couldn't help crying out with regret when she heard that it turned out to be like this. If she had been practicing on the demon continent until she transcended her tribulation, it would be a cruel torture for her and the girls. Don't tease little Shui. What can you do? Gao, you couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help complaining. Sun Qingxue just remembered that when Yang Chen answered the question, he had always been unhurried and confident. Thinking of her gaffe, she was a little reluctant and threw herself into Yang Chen's arms and complained for a long time. Then she asked Yang Chen to say it quickly. Among the four women, only Sun Qingxue would act coquettishly around Yangchen. The other three women were all older than Yangchen, and in terms of identity, one was a master and one was a senior sister, and Sher Shan was also about the same generation as Gao Yu, so they couldn't do such a thing. Many times, Yang Qin doted on Sun Qingxue very much. Not only Yang Qin, but also the other three women. Seeing Sun Qingxue acting coquettishly, the three women all looked at her with a smile, but did not speak or urge, until Sun Qingxue acted coquettishly and asked Yang Qin to say it quickly. Yang Qin smiled and said, "Your husband naturally has a way. There is no need to retreat, and there is no need to go back to the demon continent. As for what the way is..." Speaking of this, Yang Qin lengthened his tone and began to keep them in suspense. Sun Qingxue was the most anxious, and she twisted her delicate body in Yang Qin's arms and acted coquettishly, insisting that Yang Qin say it now. "If I say it now, you may have to tell the elders. At that time, my plan may be affected." Yang Qin was very determined and wouldn't continue to say it. "So, I can't say it. After I take you back to the sect, I will arrange it." This time, the four women were all unwilling, but Yang Qin was determined, but he didn't say it. The four women also seemed to feel something from Yang Qin's attitude. After a while, they no longer continued to ask, "When we come back, we must act together. If there are any mistakes, I can recover in time." Yang Qin told the four women, "After going back to meet the seniors of the sect, we will leave. This trip is estimated to take decades, so the sect should be mentally prepared." Repaying the sect was a trivial matter, but spending decades to recuperate did not seem to be unacceptable, especially if they were with Yang Qin all the time. No one would doubt that Yang Qin couldn't do it. Since the four women and Yang Qin met, Yang Qin had never lied to them. Since Yang Qin said it could be solved, it was naturally solved. What everyone was curious about was how they would be able to achieve this. You know, this habit of killing, if you are not careful, you will take away human lives. With the four women's current strength, there weren't many people who could withstand their joint attack. Chapter 1106. The Green Jade Immortal Island was the first sect to pass by, and Yang Qin's family of 5 naturally had to pay a visit. The reason why they were all together was that Yang Qin was afraid that the women would not be able to control themselves in some situations. This was Shi Shanshan's sect. Once they made a move, it would be a big trouble. Now the four women didn't necessarily have any sense of propriety when they made a move. It couldn't be helped. They were used to fighting in the environment of the demon continent. Yang Qin was around just in case. In addition to the journey back and forth on the sea, Yang Qin's family left the Dao sects to go to the demon continent for more than 70 years this time. As a genius disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Shi Shanshan has always been paid attention to. Everyone knew that she and Yang Qin went to the demon continent and the life jade tablet was not broken, which also showed that Shi Shanshan was still alive. However, no one knew the specific situation. The first thing Shi Shanshan did when she returned to the sect was to meet her master, and then meet the island master and several elders. The genius disciple of their own sect returned successfully from the demon continent, which naturally attracted the attention of the high-level officials. This was not a mediocre disciple with poor qualifications who had to rely on the demon continent to fight for opportunities, but the future pillar of the sect, especially with the 5th-grade alchemist Yang Qin. They had to be received even more grandly. Of course, it was inevitable that the elders of the sect would ask about their experience in the demon continent. Fortunately, the demon continent had organized the official lie, so it was not too difficult for them to deal with it. "It's good to be back. It's good to be back." The performance of the Lord Tantai was exactly the same as that of Shi Shanshan's master. As long as she came back, it was a good thing. But there were always people who had different opinions, or they wanted to know the effect of Shi Shanshan's experience. "How is the effect of the experience?" Elder Bei Xuanyu asked directly. Of course, as an elder, and also the elder of the sect, there was nothing wrong with asking this kind of question. Was it wrong for the elders to care about the younger generation? Reporting to the elder, "The effect is very good." Shi Shanshan replied respectfully. In front of the elders of the sect, even if Shi Shanshan was cold, Her attitude was still very respectful. Shanshan, when you left, your cultivation base was similar to that of your senior sister, Li Jiqi. Now, your senior sister, Li, is in the late yuanying stage, and you have just reached the middle yuanying stage. The technique imparting elder, Bei, Shuangyu pondered for a moment. He still felt that the effect of what he had said was very good. He really couldn't define it accurately. He immediately thought of a solution. Why don't you have a spar and see how big the gap is? The senior martial sister, Li Jiqi, mentioned by the technique imparting elder, was also a disciple with excellent aptitude. This could be seen from the fact that she cultivated from the peak of the early nascent soul stage to the late nascent soul stage in just over 70 years. In terms of cultivation base alone, if Shi Shanshan's growth was only this, then the experience on the demonic continent doesn't seem to be as amazing as everyone thought. In terms of cultivation base alone, if Shi Shanshan's growth was only this, then the experience on the demonic continent doesn't seem to be as amazing as everyone thought. The purity of spiritual power has always been valued by cultivators in the spiritual realm. In the mortal world, there are still people who are willing to put in a lot of effort to temper it. However, everyone understood that real power can't be measured by cultivation base. So, let the two of them compare notes, but they can really see the difference between the two of them. The elder of technique imparting elder suggestion caused everyone's eyes to light up. No, including Yang Chen. Yang Chen's family of 5 almost said the sentence in unison. What a joke! At this time, Shi Shanshan was still used to killing, and if it was a one-on-one, Shi Shanshan would not necessarily be defeated by a master of the early Desheng stage. Let her compete with senior sister Li. If she made a mistake, it would be beyond redemption. How could this be casually agreed to? So Yang Qin and the 4 women all refused in unison. The voices of the 5 people suddenly attracted the attention of everyone in the Green Jade Immortal Island. Everyone didn't know what happened that would make the 5 of them lose their composure. It's not that they have been practicing for a long time, but there is no effect, so they don't dare. Immediately, an elder ridiculed with a strange tone. The female elder with the surname Liu just so happened to be the master of senior martial sister Li that Elder Chuangong had mentioned, Lu Xin. She was already at the peak yuanying stage, only 1 step away from entering the Desheng stage. Shi Shanshan's qualifications were good, so she was greatly taken care of in the sect. This made many people feel a little unbalanced. One of them was the master of senior sister Li Jiqi, Elder Liu. In her eyes, her own disciples' qualifications were also outstanding, but slightly worse than Shi Shanshan, but the treatment was very different. On weekdays, Shi Shanshan was not pleasing to the eye. She felt that she enjoyed privileges. Today, she encountered such an opportunity, but Shi Shanshan did not dare to accept the challenge. What did this mean? It meant that Shi Shanshan was guilty. It meant that she was simply unworthy of her reputation. What demon continent experience? It was clearly pasting gold on her face. Now her cultivation base was not even as good as her own disciple. Did she still have the face to sit here? If it weren't for her husband, who was a 5th grade alchemist master, she would have been reprimanded by the elders. Just in time, Shi Shanshan's weakness also let the elders see that she was strong in appearance. Today, this opportunity must be seized. Let their own disciples humiliate Shi Shanshan. Let everyone see her true face. Elder Lu Ziwei, who was thinking about this, immediately said the ridiculing words. A few of the elders who were close to her on normal days all laughed in agreement. However, after laughing a few times, they stopped. After all, Yang Chen was still present, and they didn't want to have a bad relationship with Yang Chen. Why not? The skill-imparting elder Bei Shuangyu felt that this request of hers wasn't too excessive. Judging a disciple's cultivation, be it in terms of identity or seniority, she, as the skill-imparting elder, was qualified, right? This disciple is used to killing in the demon continent. I am afraid that if I accidentally hurt senior sister Li, what should this disciple do then? Sure Shanshan's character was not so slick. She said what she thought, and it was very natural to say this. Sure Shanshan didn't say this. Even if the senior members of the Green Jade Immortal Island looked at Yang Chen's face, they would not force Sure Shanshan, not to mention that Sure Shanshan had always been the pride of the sect. But now that these words came out of her mouth, Lu Xing was instantly infuriated. What did this mean? That was to say that her own disciple was not the opponent of Sure Shanshan at all, and she was afraid of accidentally hurting her? Is there a mistake? You, Sure Shanshan, is only in the middle stage of the Yuanying stage, or just entered the middle stage. My disciple is already in the late Yuanying stage. A late Yuanying stage is afraid of hurting you in the hands of a middle Yuanying stage. Whose face are you slapping? Since it works, why don't you let me open my eyes? Elder Lu Ziwei changed her statement and began to force her. Chapter 1107. To be honest, the Lord of Tantai and the other core high-level members also wanted to know the effect of the experience on the demon continent. Especially a genius disciple like Sure Shanshan, if the effect was really good, they could consider sending a few more in the future. However, Sure Shanshan's initial refusal disappointed them a little. Especially Yang Chen's family all had such an attitude, which seemed to only show one thing, that was, they didn't think much of her. In other words, the effect of this demon continent experience was not very good. For the high-level members, this was not a big deal. It just proved that a cultivation method was not desirable. It was not a big deal. Anyway, as long as they had a good relationship with Yang Chen, they didn't have to care too much about other things. It was true that Sure Shanshan was a genius disciple, and she was the hope of the sect, but when necessary, she could be abandoned. What's more, a married daughter was like spilled water. Even the daughter was like this, not to mention the female disciples. The failure of the demon continent experience may have been a mistake. Yang Chen shouldn't have been allowed to take the 4 girls to mess around in the first place. This time, not only Sure Shanshan was ruined, but also Sun Qingxue, a genius disciple of Blue Cloud sect, plus Gong Sunling, a genius disciple of Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen was not such a reckless person. How could he make such a wrong decision? Could it be that he believed too much in the records in various miscellaneous books and historical materials, so he fell into it? Yes, it must be like this. It is better to have no books than to believe in books. The words of the ancients really made sense. Even a wise person like Yang Chen would make this kind of mistake. However, hearing Sure Shanshan's next explanation, the Lord of Tantai and the others had another thought in their hearts. Used to killing, afraid of not being able to stop. It sounded a little reasonable, but if you think about it carefully, it was worth pondering. How could a real master have an uncontrollable situation? However, this statement was enough to show that their experience this time wasn't perfect. Or rather, it wasn't that successful. At the very least, they had failed halfway. Sometimes, in a high position, especially in a big sect like the Green Jade Immortal Island, it was necessary to make a balance. Since Sure Shanshan had failed, she had to bear the consequences of her failure. Naturally, Yang Chen, who caused Sure Shanshan's failure, also had to pay the price. The genius disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island should not be destroyed like this. Even if Yang Chen was a 5th-grade alchemist, he still had to learn his lesson. At the very most, after today's matter, he would find other ways to remedy it in the future. However, he still had to balance the hearts of the people in the sect. Since that's the case, can't we just be careful? The Lord of Tantai didn't say anything, but Elder Bei Xuanyu seemed to have guessed what the Lord of Tantai was thinking. When Bei Xuanyu, as the elder, said this, the other high-level members nodded slightly. As an outsider, when Yang Chen saw the situation, he sighed slightly in his heart. If he knew this, it would be better not to return to the sect and wait until he recovered. In this situation, Sure Shanshan could no longer avoid it. All the high-level elders agreed to compete, so she could only do it. This disciple pleads with the island master to give a few body protection magic weapons, so that senior sister Li can protect herself. Sure, Shanshan usually didn't curry favor with others, but it didn't mean that she couldn't understand the situation in front of her. Since it was inevitable to make a move, then she had to find a way to minimize the impact. If these words were put before the experience in the demon continent, with the degree of importance of Sure Shanshan in the sect, it would naturally not be a problem, and it would definitely be granted. But now that these words were spoken, everyone's understanding was discounted. Is it necessary to be so troublesome? Isn't it just learning from each other in the same sect? Lu Ziwei's impolite words sounded again. It wasn't easy to have a moment of exhilaration. If she didn't vent it out, wouldn't she feel sorry for herself? Shanshan also told you to be careful. Why do you say that? Sure, Shanshan's master, Song Huan, was unhappy for a while. Her beloved disciple was taught such a lesson by Lu Ziwei. Even if Sure Shanshan's experience in the demon continent was unsuccessful, she didn't say much here. How could it be your turn to speak? Don't talk so much nonsense. Don't you know after a fight? Elder Lu was complacent. Where could she still look at other people's faces? It wasn't easy to make a comeback, so she had to be happy. The Green Jade Immortal Island agreed that Sure Shanshan and senior sister Li should learn from each other. As an outsider, Yang Qin couldn't say anything. Even if he was the husband of Sure Shanshan, he couldn't intervene in the internal affairs of the sect. And in the eyes of others, it was just a competition between the same sect. How big a deal was it? Shanshan tried to resist the habit of making a move. At this point, Yang Qin couldn't say anything more. He advised Sure Shanshan, but he sighed in his heart. This senior sister Li was really pitiful. She was sitting at home, but disaster came from the sky. It was really bad luck to have such a master. Island Master, what kind of body protection magic weapon do you have? Or prepare it. Everyone is safer, so that something bad happens. After persuading Sure Shanshan, Yang Qin turned to the Lord of Tantai and proposed. Yang Chen's identity was a distinguished guest, and he was also a distinguished guest that the Green Jade Immortal Island deliberately wanted to make friends with. When he spoke, and it was still for safety reasons, no one could say anything. The Lord of Tantai could only nod in agreement and let people prepare. However, Yang Chen's words intensified everyone's speculation about Sure Shanshan. Even Yang Qin said so. It was estimated that Sure Shanshan really failed to gain experience. Otherwise, she would not be out of control. It was said that the body protection magic weapon was prepared for Senior Sister Li. It must also be prepared for Sure Shanshan. What really needed to be protected was Sure Shanshan, right? Among these people in the Green Jade Immortal Island, they could casually take out a few good body protection magic weapons. After a while, more than a dozen body protection magic weapons were concentrated in the hands of the elder. Elder Bei Shuangyu was not biased and directly divided it equally according to the number. Sure Shanshan and Li Ziqi each had half. Everyone had a share. Of course, the competition couldn't be held in the reception hall. Soon everyone appeared together in a martial arts arena. Li Ziqi had been called by Elder Lu Ziwei and was standing in the middle of the martial arts arena, waiting for Sure Shanshan to come down. Sure Shanshan turned her head and looked at her husband. Yang Qin took a deep breath and nodded to Sure Shanshan. Sure Shanshan didn't say much, and didn't take the body protection magic weapon that Elder Bei gave her, so she walked down the martial arts arena. The protective array on the edge of the martial arts arena was immediately activated, surrounding Sure Shanshan and Li Ziqi in the center. The two of them were separated by a distance of more than 10 feet, standing on both ends, waiting for the start. Chapter 1108. When Sure Shanshan and Li Ziqi were waiting for Elder Bei to give the order, Yang Chen suddenly turned to the side of the Lord of Tantai and bowed to the Lord of Tantai and the elders. Island Master. Elders, once you start, the sword has no eyes. If Shanshan has any mistakes, please forgive her and don't pursue her reckless behavior. The reason why he opened his mouth at this time, Yang Qin also had a little anger in his heart. Sure Shanshan was Yang Chen's wife, his official wife. If there was any disharmony within the Green Jade Immortal Island, Yang Chen would not say anything more. But in front of Yang Chen, he insulted his wife like this. No one would be able to bear it. The Green Jade Immortal Island watched Shan being bullied by Elder Lu Ziwei, and she didn't even say a few words to enlighten her. Yang Chen could not bear it. In this case, it was necessary to let these people suffer a little. If the tiger doesn't show its power, they would think that he was a sick cat. Did they really think that Shan was no longer so talented? As for Lu Ziwei, if she could really bear the fact that she had lost her apprentice, then it was no big deal. However, after all, Shan was still a disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even if she entered the door of the Yang family, she would have to live and cultivate in the Green Jade Immortal Island in the future. When it was time to hold back, she had to hold back. The Lord of Tantai listened to Yang Chen's words, and his heart sank for no reason, and he suddenly regretted it. Today, wasn't Lu Ziwei a bit too much? Shan had just returned from overseas. She hadn't even had time to recuperate. She hadn't even had time to finish talking about her experience when she was forced by Lu Ziwei to compete with Li Ziqi. No matter what, even if Shan had really failed in her training, this shouldn't have happened. Even if he didn't want to give face to the monk, he had to give face to the Buddha. Yang Qin was Shan's husband. How could he tolerate Shan being bullied by her sect? If this matter affected future cooperation, it would be a loss that did not make up for the gain. In the end, Shan left the Green Jade Immortal Island for too long. It had been more than 70 years since he left. Not to mention the seniors. The new disciples didn't even know that there was such an expert in the sect. From top to bottom, they seemed to have forgotten about Shan's amazing talent in the past. From the heart of the Lord of Tantai, he didn't care about the success or failure of Shan's experience. To put it bluntly, the Green Jade Immortal Island could become one of the great sect, not relying on one or two genius disciples. From the establishment of the sect by the ancestors to the present, the genius disciples who died halfway were not more than 10 or 20,000. Shan was not much, and Shan was not less. Because of this, the high-level officials did not value the success or failure of Shan. Success was gratifying. Failure was just to let the sect know that it was better for the genius disciples not to go to the demon continent to gain experience. That was all. As long as Shan could maintain the relationship with Yang Qin, it was enough. Out of this consideration, although some of Lu Ziwei's words were not pleasant to hear, everyone still tolerated it. In fact, a group of high-level officials still hoped to be able to actually see the effect of Shan's cultivation. Hearing is false, seeing is believing. But since Yang Chen said this at this time, the Lord of Tantai had to think more about it. Even her husband, Yang Qin, said so. It seemed that he was more sure. Lu Ziwei and Li Ziqi did not seem to be able to get a good result. Yang Chen's posture was very low, and he pleaded for Shan in advance. But he squeezed all the high-level officials into an awkward situation, especially Lu Ziwei. If Shan really accidentally injured or killed Li Ziqi, there was really no way to pursue Shan. In the beginning, Elder Lu was unwilling, and it was Elder Lu himself who forced him to this extent. And even Master Yang Chen has spoken like this. The Green Jade Immortal Island could not do that kind of thing. Now everyone remembered how strong Shan was in the past. When she was in the Jedon stage, she could compete with her senior sisters and uncles in the Yuanying stage. Now she has already reached the Yuanying stage, and she has been training in the Demon Continent, the Killing Field, for so many years. To put it bluntly, it was also very possible to kill Li Ziqi. There will always be a winner and a loser, doesn't matter. The Lord of Tantai had to make a statement. Yang Chen was still waiting here, so he could only wave his hand and give an answer. However, while replying to Yang Chen, the Lord of Tantai did not forget to give a wink to the elder Bei Shuangyu, who was already in the Deshang stage, and another elder, Min Huafeng. Once there was any change inside, The two of them had to take care of it. Elder Bay and Elderman, of course, saw the hint of the island master, and they both nodded slightly and began to pay attention to it. Let's start. Lu Ziwei could become an elder. She was not a stupid person. From Yang Chen's mouth, she also heard a trace of bad news, but now the words that were said could not be taken back like water that was poured out. There was no turning back arrow, so they could only resist to the end. The two women in the field, as soon as they heard Elder Lu's announcement of the start, they immediately took action. Li Ziqi had already been told by her master that in this contest, she must let Shi Shanshan lose her face, and by the way, she must also sweep the face of Song Huan. Anyway, she would let Shi Shanshan make a fool of herself. As soon as she came up, Li Ziqi began to rush to attack. Her cultivation base was in the late Yuanying stage, and her cultivation base was much higher than Shi Shanshan's. The gap between the late Yuanying stage and the middle Yuanying stage was not as small as it sounded, and it was normal for the difference in cultivation base to be 1 or 2 times higher. The flying sword was summoned at the fastest speed and slashed madly toward Shi Shanshan. The attack was heavy, and the speed was fast. There was no appearance of a contest at all. It was completely a posture to kill an enemy. Li Ziqi was rushing to attack, while Shi Shanshan was defending. From the bottom of her heart, she was still a person of the Green Jade Immortal Island, so naturally she was unwilling to hurt her fellow apprentice sister. Anyway, when she was in the demon continent, there were many times when she was besieged by the demonic beasts of the Deshang stage. At this time, she was just dealing with a senior apprentice sister in the late Yuanying stage. It seemed that she was doing it with ease. In front of the elders, Shi Shanshan only defended and did not attack, and repeatedly avoided a series of powerful attacks from Li Ziqi. Her movement technique had been trained in the demon continent, and there was no need for protective magic weapons at all. Even Li Ziqi's attack could not fall on Shi Shanshan's body at all. Shi Shanshan was often besieged by several Deshang stage demonic beasts in the demon continent. Sometimes it was not so cool and beautiful to dodge, let alone calm. It was completely practical. But in the eyes of the elders, it was a disheveled appearance. Chapter 1109. Speaking of it, it was because after the experience she had not fully absorbed and integrated the experience, and she had not been able to comprehensively summarize these instinctive actions. On the demon continent, only practicality was needed, who would pay attention to whether it looked good or not. On the other hand, Li Ziqi was graceful, her clothes fluttered, and her flying sword attack was so calm, just like a fairy. They were both beauties, both from the Green Jade Immortal Island. One was calm, the other was embarrassed, especially in a women-dominated sect. The aesthetic requirements were better than other sect. The balance of victory and defeat between the two, at least in the hearts of most people, has been biased. Most of the high-level members present were in the Yuanying stage, which was not much higher than Shi Shanshan. In their hearts, most people were secretly shaking their heads for Shi Shanshan's performance. In such an embarrassing situation, although she could avoid Li Ziqi's attack every time, she had already shown signs of defeat. The experience of this demon continent was really not good. A female disciple who was originally overflowing with talent was actually destroyed like this. Even if you hide, can you hide a little more beautifully? Just take the move just now. The flying swallow and the sex flying swallow sword technique could be very wonderful and delicate to avoid Li Ziqi's attack, and she could also wait for an opportunity to counterattack. This flying swallow sword technique was the basic sword technique that could be practiced in the foundation stage, and it was impossible for Shi Shanshan not to know it. Obviously, there was a wonderful move to counterattack, but Shi Shanshan did not use it, but used this vulgar and unbearable village man's move to fight. What was this? Return to nature? How long did the predecessors of the sect spend to create the exquisite sword technique? Is it not as ugly as some animal's movement technique like yours? It was really too much to say that it was a movement technique. It was obviously a subconscious movement. She didn't know what animal she learned. She even forgot the basic sword technique of the sect. A bright beauty, But she had to do such a self-destructive thing. If this wasn't destroying a genius, then what was it? Most of the elders who had a lot of good feelings for Sher Shanshan were extremely disappointed with Sher Shanshan's performance at the moment. At the same time, there was also a trace of resentment for Yang Qin, who forced Sher Shanshan to go to the demon continent to gain experience. At that time, Yang Qin was very high-profile and said that he would take his wife to the demon continent to gain experience. In the past few decades, not only did her cultivation not grow much, but she could not even catch up with the disciples who were originally inferior to her. He was deliberately destroying the future hope of the Green Jade Immortal Island. However, the masters of the Dashang stage and a few high-level people like the Lord Tantai saw another scene. Even if he occasionally used a flying sword, it was to divert the opponent's flying sword so that the attack could not fall on him. From start to finish, there wasn't even a single attack. The attack that couldn't fall on the enemy, even if it was strong, fast, and powerful. What was the use? But Li Ziqi didn't seem to know it and had been using this method. However, Li Ziqi seemed to be unaware of this and kept using such means. At the beginning, several of them also felt that Sher Shanshan's movements were really ugly. But the more they looked at it, when they understood the profound meaning behind Sher Shanshan's movements, the more the masters would feel terrible. At the beginning, several of them also felt that Sher Shanshan's action was really ugly. But the more they looked at it, when they understood the meaning of Sher Shanshan's actions, the more the masters would feel terrible. In the eyes of the crowd, she was like a lazy donkey rolling. Not only did she skillfully avoid Li Ziqi's attack, even if the audience around Li Ziqi suddenly attacked, it seemed that they couldn't find a chance to make a move. Apart from Yang Chen's family, no one knew what kind of experience Sher Shanshan had experienced in the demon continent. When she was attacked by dozens of demonic beasts around her at the same time, she wanted to be able to defend against all the attacks and still have to be able to move beautifully. That was not experience that was looking for death. Apart from Yang Chen's family, no one knew what kind of experience Sher Shanshan had experienced in the demon continent. When she was attacked by dozens of demonic beasts around her at the same time, she wanted to be able to defend against all the attacks and still be able to move beautifully. That was not experience, that was courting death. After going through this cruel attack test, the body technique left behind was only practical, not beautiful. The surrounding elders would not think that Lu Ziwei had specifically instructed Li Ziqi to make Sher Shanshan a fool. In the eyes of their master and apprentice, the current Sher Shanshan was making a fool of herself. Some people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so they ruin the genius disciple of my sect. Not everyone would take care of Yang Chen's face, and immediately someone pointed at the mulberry tree and scolded the locust tree. Shanshan ruined. Only defending and not attacking. Our Green Jade Immortal Island is not such a style. Another elder who heard this immediately said, "Could it be that she was chased on the demon continent? How much hardship did Shanshan suffer?" This was still the high-level officials who were originally biased towards Sher Shanshan. It was not pleasant to hear, but there was still implicit concern. Some of them who were standing on the side of Elder Lu were not so polite, and they were almost cynical. This is the result of the experience. Only defending and not attacking, it's good to hide. Yang Qin didn't know the identity of an elder who opened his mouth. It was simply cursing in a roundabout way. You don't use the wonderful body technique of the sect. If you don't do it, you become a beast. The face of my Green Jade Immortal Island is going to be lost. Ha 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 ha. If this is the result after going to the demon continent for the experience, then forget it. Another elder shook his head and sighed with sincerity. A lesson. In the future, the disciples of my branch, even if their qualifications are poor, they can't go to the demon continent to gain experience. It's harmful. Elder Lu on the side looked at all this with a smile on her face, listening to the voices around her. Her heart was as comfortable as drinking honey. She even didn't forget to turn her head to Sher Shanshan's master, Song Huan, not far away, and joked senior sister Song. Shanshan is really ruined this time. This is your fault. As a master, how can you think that you didn't stop her from going to the demon continent? It had to be said, that Elder Lu's ability to attract hatred was good. After saying this sentence, after stimulating Song Huan, she immediately turned to Yang Qin. Master Yang, your alchemy level is the best in the world, but in terms of cultivation, Master, you are still a little worse. Shanshan. Yang Qin hadn't said anything yet, but Song Huan over there was already furious and shouted at Shanshan in the field. If you only defend and don't attack the face of your master, and your husband will be lost by you. Chapter 11:10. Shanshan, who had been only defending and not attacking, naturally heard the words of the elders outside. Similarly, she also heard the angry voice of her master, Song Huan. At this point, in fact, Shanshan could no longer be merciful. She turned her body. She was still dodging around, and now she was directly facing Li Ziqi. Hearing the voice of Song Huan, the Lord of Tantai knew that it was not good. She saw what was hidden in Shanshan's movement technique. She was carefully appreciating it, and at the same time, she was also trying to figure out the intention of Shanshan's every evasion. Suddenly, she saw the change in Shanshan, and she was stunned. The same performance as the Lord of Tantai. There were also several masters of the Deshang stage. Although Shanshan only defended and did not attack, her posture was embarrassing, or there was no posture at all in their eyes. It was a rare good thing that made people's eyes light up. Although Li Ziqi's attack was beautiful and very fierce in the eyes of everyone, it was as if Shanshan had not practiced it many times, and her defensive movements were extremely skilled. What was even more surprising was that Shanshan even calculated the elders outside the surrounding formation protection. Even their inadvertent movements could cause the subconscious reaction of Shanshan in the circle. But often in this completely unexpected situation, the comprehensive protection that Shanshan showed and the reaction that minimized her damage simply made the elders of the Deshang stage intoxicated. This kind of performance even made several Deshang stage elders more addicted. From time to time, they would make some actions to interfere with Shanshan, who seemed to be already in a difficult situation. Every time, Shanshan could react in time. Her movements were skillful, and she often made some incredible solutions. In the eyes of people who couldn't understand, Shanshan was simply a clown, and she was still a clown dressed as a genius disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Her performance was so unbearable that it was completely discrediting the sect. With this kind of performance, he could be considered a genius disciple. Genius disciple really didn't live up to his name. However, in the eyes of those who knew better, Shanshan's performance could not even be described as stunning. However, in a place like the Tao sect that was relatively comfortable and did not have to worry about death at all times, when had they ever seen such a bold and unconstrained battle consciousness? On Elder Lu Ziwei's side, she couldn't wait for Shanshan to make a fool of herself. As for the group of experts, they were looking forward to Shanshan's performance to be even more spectacular. Except for Song Huan, who really cared about Shanshan, but couldn't see it, no one was willing to let Shanshan stop it this time. However, Lu Ziwei's words provoked Song Huan. In a fit of anger, Song Huan even dragged Yang Qin in and began to roar at Shanshan. Idiot! More than 10 pairs of eyes stared angrily at Lu Ziwei. The experts who were watching the spectacular all secretly scolded Lu Ziwei in their hearts for overestimating her own capabilities, but still thinking that she had succeeded in her scheme. Such a wonderful defense was actually destroyed by one sentence from her. Can't you just be obedient and be happy for a while? Must you rush to be slapped in the face? However, after the initial dissatisfaction, the experts began to look forward to it. Even the defense could be done to such a state, then once Shanshan started to attack, how wonderful would it be? In fact, Shanshan didn't want to kill her senior sister of the same sect, so she had been hiding and looking forward to the senior's eyes that were like torches, seeing something and then ordering them to stop. Everyone is good. I'm good. Everyone is good. It won't hurt the harmony. However, her performance was really beyond everyone's expectations. Those who wanted to see her make a fool of herself were not willing to let her stop, and those who wanted to see her amazing were also not willing to let her stop. This was what led to the current situation. If it was just Shan, she wouldn't care what other people said. From the beginning, she was a cold plum fairy who didn't like to smile. When did she care about other people's opinions? But now those ridicule had fallen on her master and her husband, which was not what Shan could bear. Even if she had already experienced the emotional outburst of her heart demon, it was obvious that she had been calm and there was no sign of losing control. Even in the demon continent, such a situation would only occur after being surrounded by a large number of Deshang stage demonic beasts. But now she was being teased by a fellow apprentice sister who could end the other party's life anytime and anywhere. Even if Shan's self-restraint was good, she would never endure it at this moment. In particular, Shan's style had always been to move forward bravely and replace defense with the strongest attack. Only when she had no choice would she try to defend. But this was not in line with Shan's habits. Her hands and feet were tied, and she had long been impatient. Song Huan's words suddenly became the best catalyst, completely triggering Shan's anger. At the same time as the figure turned, two sharp eyes were directly staring at her opponent, Li Ziqi. Li Ziqi was also a genius disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island. She had always been arrogant. Except for a few masters, she had never put other people in her heart. When cultivating, Li Ziqi was also very hardworking. Even when she went out to gain experience, Li Ziqi also worked very hard to eliminate the demons and defend the Tao. She was not behind. However, people who have not experienced the kind of killing in the demon continent can't imagine that kind of environment. All around were enemies who were not afraid of death. Even if the flying sword was on their body, they would not evade it. It was far from the kind of enemy with a mind that could be compared with the opponent. Shan just glanced at Li Ziqi, and she couldn't help but be shocked. Although there was no killing intent, there was almost no indifference in her eyes. It was even more frightening than the eyes with killing intent. Not good. The Lord of Tantai suddenly screamed in his heart. At the same time, Elder Bei Shuangyu and Elder Min Huafeng also stood up at the same time. They were all aware of the danger. Shan's defense was so refreshing. Needless to say how furious she would be once she attacked. Li Ziqi, at present, would never be the opponent of Shan. Although Lu Ziwei has always wanted to suppress Shan and suppress Song Huan, she was not a person without eyesight. Her disciple had been attacking for a long time, and she just said that to increase the psychological pressure on Shan. Now that the two elders of the Deshang stage had stood up, she immediately realized that it was not good. But soon Lu Ziwei took it for granted that the two elders must be afraid of Shan having an accident. After all, full defense was different from attack. It was easy for the enemy to take advantage of it. However, Lu Ziwei still loudly reminded her disciple in the circle, "Ziqi, be careful!" Chapter 11:11. Without the reminder of Lu Ziwei, the experienced Li Ziqi also knew how to face it at this time. In the middle of the battle, the education of the Green Jade Immortal Island had never allowed them to be distracted in the battle. Seeing that Shan's eyes were not right, Li Ziqi immediately became vigilant and quietly activated several magic weapons. If there were resources, it would be a fool not to use them. Li Ziqi would not be as pedantic as Shan, taking the magic weapon given by the elders and not taking it seriously. With these things, it was an extra layer of insurance, the insurance to make Shan look bad. She was also excited now, but she was looking forward to the situation where Shan's attack fell on these magic weapons that were refined by the elders. She believed that it would be a scene that could cause a group of people to laugh. It was best if Shan could become a tortoiseshell that forgot her original fierce attack methods. Her attack was futile, and she only knew how to defend herself from the wind and rain. That would be the real pride. The call of her master, Li Ziqi, also heard it in her ears. Almost the same as Lu Ziwei's judgment Li Ziqi also thought that Shi Shanshan was a cornered beast fighting, and the smile on her face was a bit more. However, Li Ziqi was more convinced that it was better to make the first move. The performance just now was just to make Shi Shanshan look bad, and she did not take out her most fierce killer move. Since Shi Shanshan wanted to change her style, then let her make a bigger fool. The flying sword in the air turned a circle lightly and quickly cut down from another angle. This was a new sword technique that Li Ziqi had been practicing for many years, but she had only practiced it in front of her master. But she had not let other elders know. 1,000 opportunities kill. A few elders outside who were knowledgeable called out Li Ziqi's sword technique. This 1,000 opportunities kill was a very advanced flying sword technique of the sect. It could be said to be the sect's most precious sword technique. Only when the cultivation reached the peak yuanying stage could they have enough strength to activate it. The power was huge, and they didn't know how much reputation it had brought to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Li Ziqi was only in the late nascent soul realm, but she had already practiced this set of sword technique so familiarly. It had to be said that her aptitude was absolutely excellent. At the same time, her capability is infinitely close to the peak of the original level, or else she wouldn't be able to control it. As soon as Qianji Kill was used, the elders who didn't think highly of Shi Shanshan started to shake their heads. It turned out that Li Ziqi was just fooling around with Shi Shanshan previously. At this moment, she finally showed her true abilities. It seemed that Shanshan was going to be humiliated today. Li Ziqi's 1,000 opportunity kill had already launched its attack, but Shi Shanshan's counterattack had finally arrived. The flying sword, which had been defending and blocking when necessary, suddenly burst out with a fierce, murderous aura. This was not Shi Shanshan's life source flying sword, and the flying sword was still being tempered in her sea of consciousness. This was just the flying sword that she was familiar with before, and the quality was relatively ordinary. However, the ordinary flying sword suddenly shone with a light that people couldn't look at, and suddenly turned into a golden on, slashing toward Li Ziqi. No matter how famous Li Ziqi's sword technique was, no matter how fairy Li Ziqi's current movement technique was, no matter how skillful Li Ziqi's sword technique was, thousands of moves, thousands of patterns, could not stop the word fast. Shi Shanshan's flying sword, which was launched later, directly cut into Li Ziqi's chest from an incredible angle in everyone's eyes, and went straight to the vital part of her heart. The sudden change shocked Li Ziqi. Fortunately, she had just activated all the protective magic treasures that she and her elders had given her just to be safe. In a flash, Li Ziqi couldn't even pull back her sword to block, and could only use the protective magic treasure to block this strange sword. Ding, 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 ding. The clear and sweet tinkling sound rang out continuously, almost connecting into one sound. It was the sound of Shi Shanshan's flying sword slashing hundreds of times on several protective magic treasures at an unfathomable speed. Under everyone's dumbfounded expression, Shi Shanshan's flying sword, which had turned into a golden on, flickered hundreds of times not far from Li Ziqi's body. Almost every flash was accompanied by an ear-piercing sound of an attack. If the first attack didn't succeed, she immediately changed the attack angle without hesitation. Every attack was full of the pure and incomparable spiritual power that Shi Shanshan had deliberately refined for decades. After every sound, it meant that the protective magic treasure that was hit would dim a little. The use of protective magic treasure also required spiritual power. Even if Li Ziqi was already in the late yuanying stage and was infinitely close to the peak yuanying stage, she had not yet reached the stage where she could immediately replenish the spiritual power needed for the protective magic treasure after receiving Shi Shanshan's attack. Shi Shanshan's attack was too fast, and every attack was too sharp. In just a short period of more than 100 attacks, those protective magic treasures had no spiritual power to support them, and the light was gone. However, Shi Shanshan's attack did not stop at all, and she still controlled the flying sword to slash hundreds of times in a row. Now the attack did not fall on Li Ziqi's body, only because there was still the solid material of the protective magic treasure itself. Probing from various angles and directions had allowed Shi Shanshan to quickly grasp the weakest parts of these protective magic treasures. In the last few attacks, the tinkling sound turned into a rumbling sound. The surrounding people didn't even react to what had happened, and those protective magic treasures had been completely smashed by Shi Shanshan. Finally, Shi Shanshan had always firmly remembered that this was a competition between fellow disciples, not a battle with a life-and-death enemy. After smashing the protective magic treasures, Shi Shanshan basically stopped the sword light. Her figure flickered, and she strangely dodged the flying sword that Li Ziqi had just flashed in front of her and slashed more than a dozen times. She approached the side of Li Ziqi and waved her hand to punch. This was a pure spiritual power attack, but at this moment all the protective magic treasures of Li Ziqi were smashed, and she was scared out of her wits. She no longer had the elegance from before. In a panic, she only had time to stretch out her hands to block Shi Shanshan's fist. Boom! Shi Shanshan's fist, carrying an unparalleled spiritual power, directly smashed on Li Ziqi's hands to block. Kacha kacha! Accompanied by the sound of two broken bones, Li Ziqi's hands were punched back to her chest by Shi Shanshan. Kacha! After another sound of broken bones, Li Ziqi's mouth spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, and her whole body flew up. She was still in the air, and she was already unconscious. Shi Shanshan was just about to stop, but suddenly her figure flashed, and the flying sword that had just stopped suddenly sped up and quickly slashed toward the figure that suddenly appeared next to her. Chapter 1112. Shi Shanshan's habit of dealing with enemies for decades was to kill if she could kill and run if she couldn't kill. Now, even if she restrained herself, it was important to subdue the opponent and make the opponent lose the ability to attack. With a punch, Li Ziqi was seriously injured. When he was in the demon continent, this kind of unexpected situation was simply endless, not to mention that he had just killed his opponent, and then suddenly a demonic beast rushed out from another direction. It was not unusual for the demonic beast that he had clearly seen dead to suddenly come back to life as if it was cramping. Sometimes it was not unusual for such a situation to occur when the vital points of the demonic beast were not grasped. This also developed the habit of Yang Chen's family to be vigilant all the time when they made a move, ready to kill or run away at any time. How could the habit developed on the edge of life and death for decades be easily broken by a retreat at sea for more than 10 years? As soon as she encountered a stimulus, there would be a subconscious reaction, which had nothing to do with thinking or consciousness at all. It was purely an instinctive action. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of her, which was unexpected, directly stimulated this habit of Shi Shanshan, and she started to attack subconsciously without thinking about it. The first thing Shi Shanshan destroyed was the protective magic weapon given to her by Li Ziqi's master, Lu Ziwei Elder Lu. This magic weapon was personally refined by Lu Ziwei, so it naturally had a clearer sense than others. As soon as the magic weapon was broken, Lu Ziwei knew that it was not good. Just now, Shi Shanshan showed the speed and the power to destroy the magic weapon. She had thoroughly understood that her disciple was not the opponent of Shi Shanshan at all. At first, she only defended and did not attack, just to give her master and disciple face, and did not want to break the harmony. It was a good thing. As long as Li Ziqi was not so aggressive and held on for a while, Shi Shanshan would admit defeat, and Li Ziqi would go down the slope. Anyway, everyone would not win or lose, and everyone would be happy. However, Lu Ziwei's ridicule directly stimulated Song Huan, and also made Song Huan angry and let Shi Shanshan fight back. This time she lost all her face. This was still a trivial matter. As soon as her own protective magic weapon was broken, Lu Ziwei realized that her disciple's life was in danger. To be able to break the magic weapon that she had worked hard to refine in such a short time, the attack power was not what she could imagine at all. For the sake of her disciple's life, Lu Ziwei could only say that she had to take Li Ziqi back in person. Otherwise, once Shi Shanshan's murderous nature broke out, wouldn't it be bad? But Lu Ziwei would not have thought that she suddenly rushed into the middle of the two people who were fighting, and directly provoked Shi Shanshan's fighting instinct. Her mind, which was still barely maintained, was unexpectedly rushed, and she immediately returned to her habits. Instinctively, she regarded this place as the demon continent, and she was a killer, as a master of the peak Yuanying stage, and one more step to transcend the tribulation and ascend. Lu Ziwei was of course one of the few masters of the Green Jade Immortal Island. After rushing out, she found that Shi Shanshan immediately made a move on herself, and then saw the situation of her disciple spurting blood from her mouth. Her mind paused for a while, and then anger immediately filled her chest. Lu Ziwei's flying sword appeared in front of her in an instant, and regardless of anything, she slashed at Shi Shanshan. Wasn't it just a competition? Was it necessary to use such a heavy hand? In Lu Ziwei's mind, she didn't think that this was the fault of her own master and disciple, and she didn't realize that Shi Shanshan had been merciful just now. She just saw that Shi Shanshan had seriously injured her disciple with a punch. The anger driven by anger also became another factor that stimulated Shi Shanshan. Almost like a reflex, Shi Shanshan's flying sword went up to meet it. Ding! With a crisp sound, the sound of the collision of the two flying swords did not last too long. The golden on controlled by Shi Shanshan diverted Lu Ziwei's flying sword. Then everyone watched the golden on turn quickly and directly between Lu Ziwei's neck. Chi! The sound of the flying sword cutting through flesh was so ear-piercing in the surrounding people's exclamations. Suddenly, a bloody mark appeared on Lu Ziwei's throat. Ding, ding, there were two consecutive sounds. Shi Shanshan's golden on suddenly bounced off Lu Ziwei's throat, then turned in the air and suddenly returned to Shi Shanshan's side. Two figures suddenly appeared. They were Elder Bei Shuangyu and Elder Min Huafeng, who had been watching the battle in the arena. The two acted almost at the same time. Before Lu Ziwei's head was about to be removed, they blocked Shi Shanshan's flying sword. Even so, Lu Ziwei's throat was cut open. Her trachea was directly severed, and more than half of her blood vessels were cut open. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Lu Zine's face was filled with disbelief. Her eyes were wide open as she tightly clutched her throat with both hands. Gurgling sounds could be heard from her throat, but she was unable to make any other sounds. Her body also began to slowly collapse. Elder Min Huafeng, who had already rushed over, grabbed Lu Ziwei's body and threw her towards the hall master of the medicine hall. At the same time, she and Bei Shuangyu rushed over one after the other. Similarly, Bei Shuangyu also threw Li Ziqi's body outside, so that everyone could give her first aid. The surrounding people were already shocked by this change. The hall master of the medicine hall saw Lu Ziwei's body flying over, and hurriedly caught it in the air. He opened Lu Ziwei's hands that were covering her throat, and used the best elixir to treat trauma to smear it on the wound. Fortunately, she was a master of the peak Yuanying stage. This was not a direct decapitation, but only a shallow cut of the trachea and blood vessels, which was not immediately fatal. Under the rapid treatment of the hall master of the medicine hall, her life could be saved. Shi Shanshan was already stimulated again, and habitually met Elder Bei and Elder Min who rushed up. When fighting, she was always on guard against the people around her. At this moment, she did not panic at all, and just fought to her heart's content. Bei Shuangyu's speed was fast, and she rushed to the front. She had just consolidated her realm after being promoted to the Deshang stage, and when Shi Shanshan attacked Lu Ziwei, she also temporarily gave up Li Ziqi so that she could successfully save people. Now Elder Bei's mind was to first suppress Shi Shanshan, and then slowly guide Shi Shanshan to stop. With Elder Bei's early Deshang stage cultivation base, there would be no problem in suppressing a disciple in the middle Yuanying stage, and he could even easily suppress Sher Shanshan so that she would not be injured. The idea was good in the hearts of Bei Shuangyu, in the hearts of Elder Min, and even in the hearts of the surrounding high-level people. They probably had such a plan, except for Yang Chen's family. However, everyone underestimated Sher Shanshan. Elder Bei, who rushed up, immediately felt the power of Sher Shanshan. Chapter 11:13. The golden on circled around and went directly to Elder Bei's throat. Elder Bei, who had already prepared his flying sword, immediately used it to block. Dang! The golden on was shaken by Elder Bei's flying sword. Elder Bei was about to rush forward, but suddenly he noticed a sharp wind blade cutting towards his waist. His body paused, and the flying sword turned and cut on the wind blade. Sher Shanshan's attack was not just the flying sword. When she was in the demon continent, it was simply a kick to the head, and she would do anything. As long as she could kill the enemy, no matter what means she used, she would try it. This was also a habit, and it was a habit of being besieged. Now there were Sher Shanshan's vigilant people everywhere, and 2 people had already rushed up. Instinctively, Sher Shanshan's first reaction was to knock down the first one as fast as possible, and then meet the second one. This was the experience of being besieged summed up in countless moments of life and death. One less enemy was one less, so all the means had to be used, and there was no room for mercy. On the demon continent, the demonized monsters would not talk about morality with you, and they would not give you any chance. Even if you were seriously injured, when they could bite you, they would never let it go. In fact, before Yang Chen's family left, Sher Shanshan had fallen into this kind of siege more than once. The position of the 4 women at the time had exceeded the depth that their strength should normally reach. The enemy could tear them to pieces at any time, and there was no time to hesitate. At this moment, Sher Shanshan was in such a state, so she did not hesitate to use all her killer moves. A cultivator could kill people not only with the flying sword, but with any magic weapon, and even with their bare hands, they could also use some techniques. The general wind blade, being cut by a master of the Deshang stage, would immediately be defeated and scattered. However, Sher Shanshan's wind blade was so pure that even though it was struck by Elder Bei, it only slightly deviated and did not dissipate. Instead, it changed direction and continued to slash towards Elder Bei. As Elder Bei was dealing with the wind blades, at least 4 more beams of light flew out from Sher Shanshan's body. 2 bracelets and 2 hairpins. Unknowingly, Sher Shanshan had refined them into beginner-level magic treasures, and they shot towards Elder Bei. But Sher Shanshan's body did not pause at all. Almost together with those magic weapons, there was no difference between the front and back. She also rushed up. No matter how strong a spirit force attack was, it couldn't compare to the destructive power of a fist hitting flesh. At this time, even the body was the most powerful weapon. After the peak Yuanying stage, Elder Bei, who was mainly devoted to seclusion cultivation and rarely participated in battles, had never encountered such a fierce fighting style. Although blocking the attack of the flying sword and magic weapon did not make him appear flustered, but the strong attack of Sher Shanshan's rush forward also made him extremely uncomfortable. Boom, a master of the Deshang stage, was a master of the Deshang stage. The power that just broke Li Ziqi's arms and chest with a punch in front of Elder Bei only made a loud sound, and then was hit back by the same fist of Elder Bei. Elder Bei blocked Sher Shanshan's fist at the same time, but there was a burst of pain in his heart. How did Sher Shanshan, this little girl, practice? Even 2 punches made her a master of the Deshang stage. Feel pain in her fist, and even some of her finger bones were cracked, but under this kind of movement, no one else noticed it. Just after 2 punches, Elder Min behind Elder Bei had already followed up. Thinking that this was the situation where Sher Shanshan was suppressed, suddenly a sudden change occurred. The 2 hairpins that stabbed at Elder Bei turned their direction and stabbed straight at Elder Min. Elder Min used the flying sword to easily block the 2 hairpins. At this moment, the 2 bracelets and the 2 hairpins sent by Sher Shanshan suddenly exploded. It turned out that Sher Shanshan did not hesitate to directly blow up the 4 magic weapons that she didn't know how much time and effort she had spent. In the demon continent, any external things were not comparable to one's own life. Therefore, in such a situation, it was necessary to blow up a magic weapon to seek a chance of survival. At such a close distance, the power of the magic weapon's self-detonation could even hurt some Deshang stage demonic beasts on the demon continent, not to mention here. Caught off guard, Elder Bay was directly shocked by the fragments of the 2 bracelets. He was about to adjust, but his face suddenly changed and his body flashed. Then he felt a pain in his shoulder, and a golden awn flew out of his shoulder socket. It was Sher Shanshan's flying sword that pierced directly from the back of the shoulder blade and penetrated from the front. Sher Shanshan simply did not give in. Elder Bay's shoulder had just been in pain, and the 2 fists that were clenched by her hands had already hit Elder Bay's ribs from a strange angle. Boom! The sound of 2 dull fists hitting the flesh sounded, and 2 spikes of spiritual power pierced directly into Elder Bay's body. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted from Elder Bay's mouth, and his eyes looked at Sher Shanshan with an incredible gaze, but his body slowly fell down uncontrollably. Brush! Elder Bay's body suddenly flashed with a circle of light, and Elderman next to him had already sacrificed a shield-shaped magic weapon in time to protect Elder Bay in it. This shield had just appeared, and the golden awn that was transformed by the flying sword could not be delayed and slashed on the shield. If not for the timely appearance of the shield, then Elder Bay would have been directly cut in 2 at the waist. When the blow missed, Sher Shanshan immediately retreated, which had become an instinctive habit. At the same time, the flying sword did not think about attacking the vital part of Elderman who was rushing up. Attacking the enemy was also one of the ways to protect oneself. Min Huafeng Elderman, after all, was already in the middle Deshang stage, and would soon enter the late Deshang stage, and she often went out to fight on weekdays. Relying on her superb cultivation base and her life-source flying sword, she desperately resisted the omnipresent attack of Sher Shanshan like a madman. Even in the face of the elder of the Deshang stage, Sher Shanshan did not flinch. In the one-on-one situation, she even always caused a burst of accidents to Elder Min Huafeng. All kinds of incredible attack methods emerged one after another, and her fighting spirit was so strong that even Elder Min had a lot of pressure. The high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island around were already stunned. Who could have thought that a disciple who seemed to be only in the middle Yuanying stage and had just stepped into the middle Yuanying stage actually seriously injured one in the late Yuanying stage, one in the peak Yuanying stage, and even seriously injured one in the early Deshang stage, and now she was tied with a middle Deshang stage elder. The most shocking thing was that, in the battle between this disciple and the middle Deshang stage elder, she actually took the initiative and suppressed Elderman to only have the power to resist. Was this the failure of the experience that Lu Ziwei said? Chapter 11:14. Shanshan, Elderman is not an enemy. In the midst of Sher Shanshan's desperate attack, Yang Chen's voice was very soft but unusually clear inserted into the battle group. Sher Shanshan's fighting instinct was only stimulated, and she did not completely lose her mind. When it was one-on-one, she was not so nervous. At this moment, as soon as Yang Chen's voice came out, Sher Shanshan immediately realized her situation and hurriedly retreated to stop. Shanshan is unreasonable. Please punish me, Island Master. When she understood what had just happened, Sher Shanshan was in a hurry and hurriedly bowed down in the direction of the Lord of Tantai. To be honest, from the beginning of Sher Shanshan's attack to knocking down Li Jiqi, Lu Ziwei and Elder Bay, it was only a few moments, and even the time of the real fight was only a few breaths. It was not until she was finally stopped by Elderman that the fighting time was a little longer. This kind of one-shot killing technique was very in line with the way everyone practiced in the Demon Continent. There was no room for mercy and retreat. Every time they made a move, they had to do their best to kill the enemy. Unexpectedly, it was used in a fight between fellow disciples. which directly caused such a consequence. What punishment? It's not like you have to compete with them. Shi Shanshan's master, Song Huan, also lost her temper at this time. For a long time, she didn't speak for her disciple because Shi Shanshan had earned her position in the Green Jade Immortal Island. But this time, Shi Shanshan had been away for too long. A group of people had forgotten the amazing talent of this outstanding female disciple, and they had to force her to make a move to cause such a result. In addition to Lu Ziwei's sarcasm just now, it would be strange if Song Huan didn't explode. But speaking of it, it was really not the fault of Shi Shanshan. From the very beginning, Shi Shanshan did not accept the challenge. Even Yang Qin said that there were some drawbacks, such as the lack of control and the inability to hold back. These were all mentioned in advance. If this reason was used to punish Shi Shanshan at this time, then the Green Jade Immortal Island would be a big embarrassment in front of Yang Qin. The Lord Tantai did not reply for a long time. In fact, not only the Lord Tantai, in fact, all the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island who were watching were all stunned. Even in the Yuanying stage and the Desheng stage, the state of mind cultivation should not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. But what happened in front of them was beyond everyone's imagination, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Shi Shanshan was only a disciple in the middle Yuanying stage, and it seemed that she had just entered the middle Yuanying stage not long ago. At most, she had just consolidated her cultivation base. But it was such a disciple with a jaw-dropping speed. Within a few breaths, she broke nearly 10 magic weapons that were personally refined by the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and seriously injured a disciple in the late Yuanying stage with a punch. Next, in a face-to-face encounter, the neck of an elder in the late Yuanying stage was mostly opened. If it weren't for the two elders in the Desheng stage, Lu Ziwei would have been directly beheaded. The most surprising thing was that the elder Bei Shuangyu, who was also hit by 2 punches in a few breaths, vomited blood. If it weren't for Elder Min Huafeng's timely response, there might be more terrifying consequences. Even in front of Elder Min in the middle Desheng stage, Shi Shanshan did not show any fear. Her continuous attacks did not fall at all, and even forced Elder Min to take a defensive position. The series of fierce attacks even made Elder Min feel a chill down his spine. All of this combined, it turned out to be the means of a disciple in the middle Yuanying stage. It was ridiculous that a lot of elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island really thought that Shi Shanshan had failed in her experience. The scene of Yang Chen's family saying no in unison before, when everyone thought about it, they almost couldn't help but blush. These young people knew from the beginning that this would be the result. Otherwise, Yang Chen would not have let the Lord of Tantai send people to pay attention to him before the start of the contest. The group of people who had just ridiculed were all like frightened quails at this moment. They didn't dare to say a word. They didn't even dare to make a sound. They hated that they couldn't hang their heads directly to their chest and never have to lift it up again. How could they still have the face to face Shi Shanshan and Yang Chen's family? The Lord of Tantai and the elders of the Desheng stage were also unable to hide their shock. Even if they had already seen it at the beginning, Shi Shanshan's defense was an eye-opener for them, but they still did not expect that when Shi Shanshan started to attack, it would be so terrifying. Shi Shanshan's apology at the beginning. The Lord of Tantai didn't even react for a while, until Song Huan's loud voice passed to everyone's ears. Only then did he react. "Shanshan, you get up first." Shi Shanshan was still kneeling on the ground. The Lord of Tantai stretched out his hand to support her and tried to make his voice seem calm. However, no matter how she forced herself to calm down, her voice still trembled a little. This was not fear, but trembling with excitement. His own disciple, after going to the demon continent to gain experience, would have such an outstanding performance. Didn't that mean that in the future, if possible, the disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island would have a better way to gain experience? Shi Shanshan stood up according to the words, and Song Huan had already come out. Without saying anything, she pulled her beloved disciple back to the seat. Until Shi Shanshan returned to her original seat, Shi Shanshan still had an uneasy look on her face. In the eyes of Song Huan, it was even more painful. Don't be afraid. You didn't do anything wrong in this matter. If something is wrong, it is Elder Lu's fault. Don't worry. Song Huan rarely comforted her disciple, but her eyes looked at the Lord of Tantai, waiting for her to speak. The Lord of Tantai could only smile bitterly in his heart, but the situation was not easy to deal with. From a reasonable point of view, Shi Shanshan was indeed right. She said not to compete at the beginning, and Yang Qin also said that after the experience, she couldn't control it skillfully and couldn't stop it. Since the Green Jade Immortal Island still insisted, then Shi Shanshan couldn't be blamed. However, Shi Shanshan's few moves directly injured 2 elders and a senior sister apprentice. When they were learning from each other, it was really unjustifiable to make such a heavy hand. If Shi Shanshan was not punished, how could she convince the public? This was not to take care of Yang Chen's face. In front of her husband, to punish someone's wife, if it was anyone else, they would be unhappy. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine. The problem was Yang Chen an ordinary person? The only 5th grade alchemist master in the mortal world. An important partner of the sect, it was impossible for the Green Jade Immortal Island not to consider Yang Chen's thoughts. If you knew it would be like this, why did you do it in the beginning? The Lord of Tantai smiled bitterly in his heart and sighed secretly. Chapter 11:15. In the end, everyone did not have so much confidence in Shi Shanshan and Yang Qin. Shi Shanshan had disappeared for more than 70 years, and some things in the sect were always changing. People who had never appeared would inevitably be marginalized. Some people wanted to take the opportunity to make trouble, but the core high-level members were dissatisfied with Yang Qin, who forced Shi Shanshan to go to experience because of their underestimation of Shi Shanshan's experience. They deliberately wanted to suppress him, which led to this embarrassing situation at the moment. In such a short time, Elder Bei had already taken the medicine, and Li Ziqi was still in a coma. On the contrary, Lu Ziwei remained awake. After the trauma at the throat was quickly healed by the elder of the medicine garden, her internal organs did not suffer more damage. At this moment, when Lu Ziwei saw that her own disciple was still unconscious and seriously injured, she didn't know what the situation was, and her heart was filled with anger. The inferior offended and killed the disciple of the same sect. It should be handed over to the law enforcement hall of the sect for severe punishment. Elder Lu was in a hurry and had forgotten that she had just walked between life and death. Regardless of the large bloodstain on her chest, she stood up and shouted. Elder Lu's voice directly attracted everyone's attention to her. The Lord of Tantai was having a headache. Suddenly, Elder Lu said this, and he frowned. In the end, the initiator was Lu Ziwei, Elder Lu. The elder Bei Shuangyu just mentioned that Shi Shanshan's cultivation was not as good as Li Ziqi's, and Elder Lu jumped out and forced Shi Shanshan to make a move. Shi Shanshan only defended at the beginning and didn't attack. It was clear that she gave enough face to the Green Jade Immortal Island. When it came to this point, everyone took a step back and pretended not to win or lose. As a result, Lu Ziwei and her friends went to provoke Song Huan and even pointed the spear at Yang Qin. This time, the master and apprentice went together. To put it bluntly, if they went up, they would be killed by Shi Shanshan in seconds. At this time, they even jumped out. They really didn't know how to live or die. The Lord of Tantai had not yet relaxed his brows, but Yang Chen's family over there was already discontent. Shi Shanshan was fine, but Yang Chen and the other 3 women were glaring at Lu Ziwei. In Yang Chen's eyes, there was a trace of murderous intent of the bloody river, and he stared straight at Lu Ziwei. Lu Zine had only shouted once when she suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold. It was a feeling of fear that emanated from the depths of her heart, as if she had been stared at by the devil in the depths of the 9 nether, and the fear of life and death could not be controlled. The dangerous feeling of life and death just now returned to Lu Ziwei's mind again. At this time, Lu Ziwei remembered that if someone wanted to kill her, it was just a matter of one move. Without wandering between life and death, it was impossible to understand the great horror between life and death. For a while, Elder Lu broke out in a cold sweat, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. At first, it was just her body trembling, but soon, even her teeth could not be clenched, and there was a gurgling sound. The abnormality of Elder Lu suddenly alerted the senior members of the Green Jade Immortal Island. At this time, they remembered that Shi Shanshan was not going to experience alone, but with Yang Chen's family of 4. At this time, in addition to Shi Shanshan, there were also Yang Chen and the 3 women who had also experienced the experience. It seemed that Yang Chen's cultivation was similar to that of Shi Shanshan. Except for Yang Chen, who was slightly lower, everyone else was in the middle yuanying stage. Being able to frighten Elder Lu like this with just a glance, the elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island could not help but feel that the young people on the opposite side were like silver spears. It was by no means only their own disciples were outstanding. Sun Qingxue and Gong Sunling had always been the genius disciples of their respective sect. They had also gone through the experience of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even if there was a gap with Shi Shanshan, they believed that the gap was limited. Shanshan said at first, "What is the crime?" The Lord of Tantai made a decision with the fastest speed, waved her jade hand, and announced the result loudly. No matter from which perspective, there was no reason to punish Shi Shanshan. Not to mention that the other party had already said it first, just that the other party only defended for so long and did not attack, giving enough face they could not be punished. What's more, Shi Shanshan was a genius disciple of the sect, and the sect regarded her as the future hope. Why, for a mediocre elder and a relatively mediocre disciple, would they ruin their own hope? Such an outstanding disciple, it was too late to love. How could they destroy their own great wall? The Green Jade Immortal Island was not the kind of sect that made their own disciples bitterly disappointed. They could not do things that made their own enemies happy. With the decision of the Lord of Tantai, the little pressure that everyone felt just now disappeared without a trace. Elder Lu finally took a breath, and her body stopped trembling. At this time, Elder Lu discovered that for a while she had been holding her breath, and she did not even dare to breathe. This time, the pressure disappeared, and after a long breath, Elder Lu felt that her legs were soft, and she fell directly to the ground. Her sweat soaked her heavy clothes, and there was a burst of cold on her back. A few young juniors actually scared her, a late yuanying stage elder like this. If this was the case, even if they didn't do anything, a few people could just release their aura and crush her. After thinking about this, Elder Lu's face was pale for a while, and she did not dare to make a sound for a long time. At this moment, the Lord of Tantai and a group of high-level officials have become incomparably interested in the experience of the demon continent. It's just 70 years if you throw away the road back and forth, but in 50 years it can make a yuanying stage disciple become like this. The mystery of this must be understood in detail. But now was obviously not the best time. The Lord of Tantai could only announce the end of this meeting, and then together with several core high-level officials, they took Yang Chen's family to the back for a detailed discussion. This experience has such an impact. How should we solve it? Elder Min Huafeng never thought that Shi Shanshan would have such achievements when she went to the demon continent. What she wanted to know most now was how to solve this kind of problem. As long as you retreat for a long time and slowly get used to a normal life. Yang Chen didn't say much in front of the elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island, but used this statement to prevaricate. In fact, it is a long-term habit. If the time is long enough, it will not be a problem. Yang Chen's words made everyone feel relieved as long as it could be solved. Even if it took some time, the effect was so outstanding. It was definitely worth it. What everyone wanted to know most now was whether this kind of experience was possible to be organized on a large scale. Chapter 1116. It's not necessary. Yang Chen's answer made all the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island stunned. Not necessary. Why would Yang Chen's family go by themselves? It's very dangerous. It's a narrow escape. Yang Chen continued. We have a top-level defensive magic weapon in our hands, and an extremely fast shuttle. If we can't beat them, we can escape. Other people don't necessarily have such conditions. This was the truth. Yang Chen's shuttle was also famous among the cultivators, and the risks of the demon continent were actually known to everyone. It was just that at this time they were blinded by the great success of Shi Shanshan and selectively forgot about it. What if we let the experts lead the big team? Elder Min asked expectantly. If we bring a big team, we will definitely be attacked by a group. Yang Chen shook his head directly. No one likes to have a strong organization in the demon continent. What if we bring a few people? Elder Min asked again. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart. It's not worth it. With a few people, we have to take care of them from time to time. It can achieve the original purpose of the experience. Yang Chen still shook his head. Besides, if there is no relationship like us, it's hard to say over there. The words were not said completely, but everyone had already understood that in the demon continent, almost everyone had to be on guard. No wonder when Shi Shanshan dodged. She didn't forget to guard against the elders around her, which was already a habit. Even the intimate relationship between her husband and wife was like this, let alone other relationships. Who knows what will happen? It's not that the Green Jade Immortal Island hasn't been to the demon continent for experience, but their achievements are not as good as Shi Shanshan's. At best, they can turn a disciple with poor aptitude into a master. But as one of the 5 major sects, is there a shortage of masters? This problem was already considered unsettled. In the end, this kind of sect was not so convincing to let their disciples take the risk of life and death. No matter who it was estimated that they would not be willing, and it was still voluntary. But if it was voluntary, there was no need for the sect to organize it. If he wanted to go, he could go. No one would stop him. Next, Yang Chen told the Lord of Tantai and the higher-ups that his family would go into seclusion to solve the problem of their battle habits. No one had any objections to this. No matter what, Shi Shanshan was still a member of the sect. If the problem was solved, the sect would have one more expert. After staying in the Green Jade Immortal Island for a while, Shi Shanshan asked her master for some things, and after pointing out her apprentices, she embarked on the journey with Yang Chen again. After the previous incident, although the ordinary disciples did not know what had happened, the higher-ups were clear about it. Shi Shanshan's status in the sect skyrocketed. Wherever she went, she was treated with respect. Countless disciples wanted to get a few words of advice from the cold plum fairy. Even the elders who had other thoughts before had completely dispelled their previous thoughts. Soon, Yang Chen's family left the Green Jade Immortal Island. This time, they went straight to the Blue Cloud sect. Sister Shanshan, in the Blue Cloud sect, no one dares to treat me like that. Walking out of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Sun Qingxue began to tease Shi Shanshan, showing her superiority. Why? After the previous incident, Shi Shanshan seemed to be more calm. In a short period of time, she had seen a lot of things, and there were more things to consider. Because your master is not strong enough. Sun Qingxue said with a smile, and you don't know how to please your master, and you don't know how to please your husband. The latter sentence was completely a joke. However, the previous statement that her master was not strong enough was the essence. Shi Shanshan's master, Song Huan, her cultivation base was not very high, and her status in the sect was not very high. For Shi Shanshan's guidance, to be honest, it was really not as effective as Yang Chen's. Because of this, it could be said that most of Shi Shanshan's status was obtained by her own efforts. In the case of things, Song Huan's words were not enough weight. But Sun Qingxue was different. Her master was now a master of the Deshang stage, Hua Wanting, and she was also a master of the Deshang stage who had been fighting with the Blood Phantom Vine for hundreds of years. In the sect, she was one of the rare strong figures. If others wanted to make a move on Sun Qingxue, they must first consider Hua Wanting's reaction. If the role of Yang Chen was taken into account, naturally no one dared to make a move on Sun Qingxue. This was also the source of Sun Qingxue's confidence. It was because she considered so much that she dared to tease Shi Shanshan. Of course, they themselves have experienced the ordeals of life and death, and they are in the same boat. Their relationship has long been as good as sisters, and there is no problem of falling out. I know you will please your husband. Be careful that I will let my husband spank you. Gao Yu next to her laughed and scolded, and then turned to Shi Shanshan. Shanshan, don't worry about it. Shi Shanshan also understood that this was Sun Qingxue, and they were afraid that she would be unhappy because of the sex affairs, and deliberately comforted her. She smiled and nodded, indicating that it was okay. Relying on the strength of your master, how can it be more convincing than your own strength? Yang Chen on the side handed Shi Shanshan a cup of hot tea brewed by himself, and said with a smile, "Little Shui, if your sister Shanshan is not happy, I can only spank you in front of her to calm her anger." Sun Qingxue was not satisfied and said that Yang Chen was biased, and the family became a mess. Shi Shanshan's face was filled with a warm smile, and that little bit of unhappiness had long been thrown away. However, the fact was, as Sun Qingxue said, when she was transferred to the Blue Cloud sect, the Blue Cloud sect attached great importance to it, but they only carefully asked about Sun Qingxue's situation and discussed it with Yang Chen, and there was no trace of the situation in the Green Jade Immortal Island. When Elder Hua waited for her disciple to return, she was so happy that she smiled when she saw people. She wished that she could tie Sun Qingxue to her belt and take her wherever she went. She didn't want to be separated for a moment. Other people, not to mention that they wanted to test Sun Qingxue, even if they had a little doubt, they were directly pushed back by Elder Hua. This old body's disciple. This old body hasn't said anything yet. It's not your turn to point fingers. What was the result of the experience? Elder Hua did not intend to share it with others. Only she knew, Sect Master Lu knew, and others didn't need to pay attention to it. Of course, the drawbacks of the killing syndrome. Elder Hua also clearly learned from Yang Chen, which made her very worried. However, Yang Chen said that he had a way to solve it. Although Elder Hua was reluctant, she still let Sun Qingxue stay in the sect for more than a month, and once again let Sun Qingxue leave with her husband. Before leaving, Elder Hua did not forget to threaten Yang Chen to be good to her own disciple, otherwise he would be careful of his head. Chapter 11:17. Since leaving the Blue Cloud sect, Sun Qingxue's proud smile has not been less. The attitude of the sect towards her and the attitude of the Green Jade Immortal Island towards Shi Shanshan made her have this kind of proud capital. However, after seeing the treatment received by Yang Chen after returning to the sect, even Sun Qingxue had to admit that her husband's status was still higher. The head of the Chunying Palace, with a group of elders, personally waited outside the sect's main hall, as if welcoming a triumphant hero. Not to mention questioning, they didn't even ask a single question. But everyone happily said that it was good to come back, it was good to come back. This was the Chunying Palace. Naturally, Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue could not participate in some occasions. Yang Chen settled them in his own small courtyard and let them rest first, and then he met with the head of the palace and other high-level officials again. In the more than 70 years since he left, the sect has undergone great changes, not to mention anything else. Just the houses in Meiqing Mountain seem to have increased by several times. From this point, it could be seen how prosperous the Chunying Palace was. The size of the disciples had almost increased by more than 10 times, and this was only the newly promoted disciples, not counting the people in the Monster Races Hall of Eccentrics. On the basis laid by Yang Chen that year, the masters of the Chunying Palace began to slowly emerge. In the past 70 years, Elder Gao Shilin also successfully passed the Yin Fire Tribulation and was promoted to the master of the Deshang stage. On the side of the banyan tree Immortal's cave, There was also a master of the monster race who broke through and entered the Deshang stage. The masters of the Deshang stage increased by 2, and the number of Yuaning stage masters increased by hundreds, both human and monster races. They were all promoted with the help of Yang Chen's medicinal pills over the years. The cultivation of the original few elders had all increased. The law enforcement hall Master Mengxian and Elder Zheng had reached the peak Yuaning stage, only one step away from entering the realm of the Deshang stage. Even the head of the palace had reached the late Yuaning stage, and it seemed that he would soon break through the bottleneck. One has to know that in his previous life, these elders all died at the nascent soul stage, but now they all showed signs of breaking through. Everything was very different from his previous life. The Jedon experts were almost like harvesting leeks, emerging one after another, and now there were close to tens of thousands of them. After that, he recruited tens of thousands of disciples with excellent aptitudes. As long as he had enough time, there would be more and more experts. With so many experts, it also meant that the sect's strength had risen to a new level. Several small sects around had basically been incorporated into Chunyang Palace. These were all the small sects who took the initiative to submit. Chunyang Palace did not have the slightest act of bullying others. Everyone knew that Chunyang Palace was not what it used to be. There were many benefits to joining Chunyang Palace. Those small sects even joined decisively without much consideration. Not to mention anything else, the income from the Shirwan Mountains alone had allowed Chunyang Palace to have countless resources. This was not counting the banyan tree Immortal's cave in the 10,000 trees forest, which was also a place with endless resources. If the income from Wanbao Tower was counted, Chunyang Palace was now simply rich. Wanbao Tower, with the support of Yang Qin, used the appearance pill to attack the city. Almost all the markets of the sect had a branch of Wanbao Tower. Even the South China Sea Rogue Cultivators Alliance, which had not been touched by the Taishimin, had a branch, and the monster race's banyan tree Immortal's cave was even more indispensable. Just the specialties of the monster race and the South China Sea had already made Wanbao Tower a lot of money. The price difference between the two sides made Shanghai Feng, who was in charge of the operation, happy every day. Although the Wine Immortal House joined the sect in secret, it would not hide anything from Yangchen. Now the Wine Immortal House had also recruited more people, and the scale was getting bigger and bigger. Even in addition to the Wine Immortal predecessor, there was one more master of the Deshang stage, and now it had firmly occupied the top position of intelligence trading. Anything that happened in the cultivation world would be put on the desk of the core high-level members of Chunyang Palace. The whole sect showed a volcanic eruption-like upward trend. The former predecessors and the current head of the palace and the elders did not know how many times they had said to revitalize the sect. Now they finally saw the process of the revitalization of the sect. Everything showed the irresistible upward momentum of Chunyang Palace. All of this almost all originated from Yang Qin. Now the core high-level members were extremely satisfied with Yang Qin, the young palace master. As long as Yang Qin was alive, not to mention that he disappeared with his wife for more than 70 years. Even if it was a longer time, they would not have any opinion. During the years of Yang Chen's experience, there had been no major events in the cultivation world. Each major sect was developing on its own, working hard to grab the territory of the monster race and win over the people of the monster race. The richest 10,000 trees forest of the monster race had long been occupied by Chunying Palace, which was discovered by the people of the 5 major sects after they arrived at the 10,000 trees forest. Because of Yang Chen's relationship, they all tacitly acquiesced to the control of Chunying Palace, and no one made a move to grab it. Now, other sect had regarded Chunying Palace as a first-class sect, and it was no longer a quasi-second-rate sect. With the current strength of Chunying Palace, it was enough to become a first-class sect. However, to become a super-class sect like the 5 major sect, Chunying Palace still needed more heritage, which could not be achieved by having some masters in a short period of time. It would take thousands of years, or even longer, to accumulate. Even so, Chunyang Palace had already been pleasantly surprised. From a quasi-second-rate sect to a first-class sect, it took only 300 years. Such efficiency! Even the Taishaman did not have it, and the disciples of Chunyang Palace could not help but be proud. What are your plans next? After the head of the palace and others introduced these to Yangqin and learned about the experience of Yangqin and others, they naturally asked such a question. The habit of killing needs a period of time to adjust, so this disciple intends to take them to find a place to retreat. Yangqin did not hide his plan from the elders and said his plan. In addition, this disciple has not had much alchemy in the past few decades, so I plan to concentrate on refining for a period of time, just in time to retreat. Yangqin had promised to accept some commissions from outside every once in a while. There had been no alchemy in these years, so he just took the time to refine a batch. At the same time, the sects questioning inner heart pills and inner sensing pills had almost been consumed, and they also needed to be supplemented. Everything is arranged by yourself. The head of the palace did not have the slightest intention to arrange for Yangqin, but fully supported Yangqin's decision. In recent years, the sect has obtained a lot of good things. If you need them, you can find Elder Zhang and bring them with you. This decision, the elders had no objection at all, and they all agreed. Chapter 11:18. Of course, Yangqin couldn't leave immediately. There were many people and many things in Chunyang Palace that needed him to stay and deal with. Not to mention anything else. Wanbao Tower was strictly Yangqin's private property. No matter from which aspect, Yangqin needed to take care of it. Shangguan Feng had entered the ranks of the Jiedan stage. It had to be said that this was a miracle and also the most suitable example of finding his own cultivation direction. At the beginning, Shanghai Feng didn't even have the confidence to build the foundation, so he had to manage Yeshio Villa. It wasn't until Yangqin appeared and gave him some advice that he entered the foundation stage. But Shanghai Feng's pleasure was in business. Later, the Wanbao Tower provided by Yangqin also allowed Shanghai Feng to find a suitable way of cultivation for himself. In the process of continuous expansion of business, Shanghai Feng's state of mind and cultivation were also rising, from the foundation stage to the current late stage of the Jiedan stage. Speaking of which, Shanghai Feng's aptitude was very poor. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to build the foundation for decades. Until now, even if he had found a suitable cultivation path for himself, in 300 years he had only cultivated to the late stage of the Jiedan stage, and there was still a gap between him and the Yuanying stage. However, for Shanghai Feng, who had an ordinary aptitude, this was already a great miracle. He even saw the hope of reaching the Yuanying stage. It should be known that in his previous life, Shanghai Feng had exhausted his lifespan before he reached the Jiedan stage in the foundation stage. In this life, there was a world of difference. Yangqin met senior brother Shangguan and gave him solid advice. Now, Yangqin, not to mention his cultivation, could completely guide Shanghai Feng with his identity without any awkwardness. Over the years, the appearance pill that Yangqin left for Shangguan Feng had been used up. Fortunately, Yangqin had returned in time and would soon provide another batch of pills for him to build a good relationship with a major sect. Don't underestimate the appearance pill. Most of the female cultivators in the sect flocked to it. If anyone dared to do anything to the Wanbao Tower, they would definitely be destroyed by these crazy female cultivators from head to toe. If anyone dared to destroy their hope of retaining their youthful looks, they would dare to destroy their possibility of survival. Some precious materials were taken away by Yangqin. For the time being, Yangqin did not take anything from the sect's warehouse. Anyway, the Wanbao Tower could already meet Yangqin's needs. There was no need to take advantage of the sect at this time, although no one in Chunyang Palace thought that Yangqin taking things from the sect was taking advantage of the sect. The Grand Master and the elders would visit one by one, and the old tree demon, Shikue, Xiasha, and others were no exception. They all took time to meet alone. Even his good friend, Du Qian, was not left behind. Almost everyone who had a good relationship with Yang Qin arranged a separate meeting. Yang Qin could not directly guide the elders, but he put forward some of his own suggestions on cultivation in the form of suggestions. These suggestions were adopted by the elders without exception. For reasonable things, no one would dislike their high cultivation. For friends of the same generation, Yang Qin did not have so many considerations and directly told the other party some things. Shi Kuei and Xie Sha were used to being guided by Yang Qin, and the old tree demon benefited a lot. Du Qian was now at the peak of the Jiedan stage and would soon enter the Yuanying stage. After Yang Qin's guidance, he let him get the inner sensing pill from the sect himself. If he took a questioning inner heart pill when necessary, it was absolutely no problem for him to be promoted to the Yuanying stage. After taking care of his close elders and friends one by one, Yang Qin turned to his disciples. Mu Bo's cultivation base was originally strong, and his foundation in the Jiedan stage was very solid. Because of the help of junior sister Hannah Mengyu, even the hidden dangers he had left behind when he was cultivating in the bitter cold land had been cleaned up. As long as he cultivated step by step, it would not be a problem to reach the great, principal, golden immortal. On Mu Bo, Yang Qin's guidance was also in line with the rules and did not give him any shortcuts. At any time, although the shortcut was good, there were always hidden dangers. If he wanted to go further, he had to be down to earth. In order to motivate Mu Bo, Yang Qin even gave Mu Bo a promise. As long as he could cultivate to the Yuanying stage step by step, Yang Qin would teach him the first with true secret art. Before that, Yang Qin gave some of the purified, mysterious fibers obtained from the demonized vine to Mu Bo, and let him try to see if he could use them. The life source flying sword was also from this time. Yang Qin guided Mu Bo to begin to temper it. He believed that when it was successful, the power would become stronger and stronger. Speaking of Hannah Mengyu, this disciple made Yang Qin very surprised. It must be known that Hannah Mengyu's aptitude was only comparable to that of Yang Qin's previous life, but now she was at the peak of the foundation stage, and the speed of her cultivation was almost the same as that of Yang Qin. It must be said that, just like Shanghai Feng, Hannah Mengyu, who had found the right direction of her own cultivation, broke out with a cultivation speed that surprised Yang Qin even more than in the previous life, and the success made Yang Qin exclaim in admiration. In the previous life, it was a few hundred years later that Hannah Mengyu discovered that planting spirit medicines and planting various plants would trigger her own spontaneous cultivation and improve her state of mind. In this life, Yang Qin let her do this from the beginning. Without taking a detour for hundreds of years, Hannah Mengyu's achievements had made many people secretly admire her. Not only Mu Bo, but even Mu Bo's clansmen, the old patriarch, and even the old tree demon, almost took turns to stay in Hannah Mengyu's range of activities, so that she would intentionally or unintentionally nurture them and solve some of the hidden dangers they inevitably left in the process of growth. After Hannah Mengyu's care, these wood attribute monsters almost became smoother and smoother in their cultivation. Now Hannah Mengyu did not need to rely on the identity of Yang Qin's disciple to be powerful in Chunyang Palace. Just these Mu Bo clansmen and the support of the old tree demon were enough to let Hannah Mengyu walk unhindered in Chunyang Palace. For Hannah Mengyu, Yang Qin was also very satisfied. He deliberately gave Hannah Mengyu a space in the medicine garden, and even gave her some of the spiritual plants in the water. He even moved a lot of the 1,000-year-old spirit medicines in the first layer of the pure bottle medicine garden and let Hannah Mengyu take care of them. In order to let Hannah Mengyu increase her knowledge, Yang Qin even threw Hannah Mengyu into his own pure bottle medicine garden. The 1,000-year-old spirit medicines, countless 10,000-year-old spirit medicines, and even those precious spirit medicines that were more than 100,000 years old opened Hannah Mengyu's eyes. Just this trip to the medicine garden gave Hannah Mengyu incalculable benefits. The nourishment of countless spirit medicines directly raised Hannah Mengyu's cultivation to the limit of the peak of the foundation stage. She was only one step away from reaching the Jedon stage. What surprised Yang Qin was that all kinds of spirit medicines in his medicine garden were also improved because of the appearance of Hanamengyu. Chapter 1119. All the spirit medicines in the medicine garden. Yang Qin asked Hanamengyu to take the seeds, and these seeds would be planted in the medicine garden that Yang Qin gave to Hanamengyu. Of course, Yang Qin did not forget to instruct them not to focus on speed when cultivating, and try to purify their cultivation base as much as possible. When everyone finished pointing from the green jade Immortal Island to the blue cloud sect and then to the Chunyang Palace, Yang Qin and the others had spent another half a year, and it was time to leave again. It's not that he didn't want to stay in Chunyang Palace. Yang Qin himself was fine, but the 4 women had become more and more unable to adapt to the normal cultivation life. Just in case, Yang Qin could only take them away. Where are we going? What method do we use? Sun Qingxue must be the vanguard of asking questions. Yang Qin and the other 3 women all doted on her very much, and she was the youngest, so she naturally took advantage of her. The killing syndrome was the biggest trouble for the 4 women now. They would kill people at any time, which was not a good sign. If this trouble was not solved, the 4 women would not even be able to integrate into the sect. On the contrary, Yang Qin himself did not have such a problem for the time being. First, he was in the demon continent, and there was not much killing experience, mainly to fight against the devil Qi. Secondly, Yang Qin had the state of mind of the great principal golden immortal, so it was not too difficult to deal with such trouble. The world is so big. You haven't seen it yet, right? Yang Qin had already had a plan in mind and replied with a smile. My husband will accompany you and take a good look at the great rivers and mountains. What haven't you seen? I have seen a lot when I traveled before. Sun Qingxue didn't expect it to be so easy, and she couldn't believe it. You used to see it on the flying sword. Have you ever seen it on your own feet? Yang Qin asked. As if afraid that everyone would not be surprised enough, he added another sentence. Have you tried it like an ordinary person? This was something they had never experienced before, and the 4 women seemed to be somewhat moved. Her husband taking her on a sightseeing tour sounded like a good idea. In order to avoid trouble, for the time being, your cultivation can only be sealed. Yang Qin explained to the 4 women, just like real ordinary people. Why is that? Gao Yu was a little puzzled and asked in a deep voice. The other 3 women also stared at Yang Qin, waiting for him to explain. Sometimes your habitual killing is because you have the power to kill. If you seal this power, your body will not be able to react accordingly, and you will slowly restrain yourself. Yang Qin explained, when you can slowly restrain yourselves, then the initial conditioning will be completed. Wouldn't sealing my cultivation delay my cultivation? Shi Shanshan was most concerned about cultivation, so she immediately asked, No, after the cultivation is sealed, all the spiritual power will be used to temper the life source magic weapon, and the effect will be even better than the tempering effect during usual cultivation. Yang Qin replied, Then we will become weak women without the power to truss a chicken? Gong Sunling asked immediately, letting a Yuanying stage master suddenly seal her cultivation and become an ordinary person. There will definitely be a lot of discomfort, and the 4 women are more embarrassed. To be exact, this is not the case. When Yang Qin said this, the eyes of the women suddenly lit up. After all, you are all Yuanying stage masters who have experienced the Thunder Tribulation. Even if your cultivation is sealed, you are much stronger than ordinary people. Yang Qin explained with a smile. The 4 women were stunned for a while. In the end, they still have to become ordinary people, although there are many reluctance in their hearts. This is the arrangement of their husband, and it can help them solve their troubles. It seems that they have to do it. Of course, after the cultivation is sealed, it doesn't mean that you can't continue to cultivate. Yang Qin's words made the 4 women a little puzzled again, and they all stared at him waiting for an explanation. During this time, you will cultivate a body refining technique, which will only be good for you and will not be bad. Yang Chen did not keep them guessing and said directly, "No." As soon as they heard that it was a body refining technique, the women's minds flashed with Yang Chen's sturdy figure when he cultivated the yellow, turbaned strongman body refining technique. And suddenly they shook their heads like a rattle. If the body refining technique had such an effect, the women would rather not cultivate it. Even Shi Shanshan, who paid the most attention to cultivation, did not have the slightest accommodation on this issue and was determined not to cultivate it. "Are you sure?" Yang Chen seemed to have expected the thoughts of the women and asked with a smile, "No matter what kind of body refining technique it is, you don't want to practice it. Anyway, the kind you cultivate, we will never practice." Sun Qingxue pouted and refused on behalf of everyone. "Even if you are willing, I won't let you cultivate it." Yang Chen smiled directly. "I don't want to see my 4 beautiful wives become like that." "What kind of body refining technique is that?" Gong Sunling asked curiously. "It was left by a female senior." Yang Chen replied, "The main role of the body refining technique is to maintain beauty and make oneself more beautiful." What Yang Chen said was actually the beauty-preserving Heart Sutra left by Fairy Chang. This kind of Heart Sutra has no benefits for cultivation. The only advantage is that it has a technique to keep one's appearance. Perhaps it doesn't mean anything to others, but for female cultivators, it is more important than anything else. "Don't you have your appearance pill? What's the point of cultivating this?" Although she was already a little tempted in her heart, Gong Sunling still asked in confusion. "This kind of body refining technique is a little better than the appearance pill." Yang Chen touched his nose and replied indifferently, "What does a little better mean?" It was related to beauty. The 4 women almost pricked up their ears to listen, and even Gao Yu immediately asked, "A little better means that as long as you cultivate for the time of a stick of incense every day, you can basically achieve eternal youth without taking the appearance pill." Yang Chen replied seriously, "Of course, if you don't want to cultivate, I won't force you." "We want to cultivate." The 4 women responded almost in unison, and at the same time, they did not forget to reach out and pinch Yang Chen. After Yang Chen's family left Chunying Palace, the cultivators never saw Yang Chen's family again. However, there was now a young rich man in the mortal world. He hired a few large carriages and pulled his 4 beautiful wives along with dozens of guards and servants. He traveled around the world leisurely every day. Every time this team came to a beautiful place, they would stop and tour it carefully. Not only that, but they often entered the cities of the mortal world, tasted all the delicacies in the world, drank all the wine in the world, and saw all the beautiful scenery in the world. It was simply a fairy-like life. Chapter 1120. In the beginning, the 4 women didn't like to have other people in their family. They just wanted to take a good look at the beautiful mountains and rivers with their husband. Although the cultivation base of the 4 women was sealed, Yang Chen did not completely seal it. He only gave them the freedom to open the seal at any time when they were in a life and death situation. However, Yang Chen still strongly restrained the 4 women. They must not open it easily unless they were in a life and death situation. This was not only to adjust the killing syndrome, but more importantly, there was a kind of heart-refining process in it. The sealing technique used by Yang Chen was a secret of the heavenly court. He had been tossed around a lot in his previous life, so he naturally knew about this technique, but when those guys used it on him, they would not leave him the option to open the seal by himself. But it must be said that the technique of the heavenly court was absolutely magical. While sealing the cultivation base, most of the spiritual power in the original cultivator's body could be used to nourish their own life source magic weapon. At the same time, this seal had another advantage. That was, it could greatly improve the purity of the spiritual power. A small part of the spiritual power was used to maintain and nourish the body. In addition, Yang Chen let the 4 women practice the technique of Fairy Chang at this special moment, It was definitely the best combination. The high and mighty cultivator suddenly became an ordinary person. No one state of mind could accept it calmly. Almost omnipotent became powerless. Although with their physique, coupled with the baptism of thunder tribulation, their physical fitness was even a few notches higher than the strongest among mortals. But after all, it couldn't be compared with the nascent soul stage. The four women were very unaccustomed to it at first, and even couldn't help but want to open the seal. If it weren't for Yang Qin being around, maybe Sun Qingxue, who was the most lively, would take the initiative to open it. In this life, it is inevitable that people will encounter all kinds of things, good things, bad things, happiness, and setbacks. Yang Chen was very serious to his four wives who were not used to it, but endured it, no matter what level of cultivation. There will always be problems that can't be solved by their own cultivation base. Now that I've sealed my cultivation, it's a good chance for me to experience how to deal with problems that I can't handle. When the four women heard Yang Chen's words, they all had their own thoughts. In fact, there was a lot of content contained within. Whether they could comprehend it or not depended on the four women's comprehension. Fortunately, among Yang Chen's four wives, any one of them had an excellent comprehension ability. Although they still couldn't understand what Yang Chen meant, there was always a different kind of expectation. Aren't we better able to deal with these troubles when we have the power? Shi Shanshan asked a very unusual question. The three women were also waiting for Yang Chen's answer. It seemed that they didn't completely understand. All right, let me give you a simple example. Under normal circumstances, the trouble that can't be overcome is usually because the gap in cultivation base is too big. Of course, there are other reasons. Let's use this as an example. Yang Chen thought for a moment and immediately replied. The four women nodded slightly. The situation that Yang Chen said was indeed the trouble that they might encounter. And it was also the trouble that they could suddenly think of now. So, do you want to use this situation to face the powerful figures among ordinary people to learn how to deal with trouble? Or do you want to restore to the Yuanying stage and then face the masters of the peak Mahayana stage to learn? Yang Qin had always had a very serious face, and this time he still asked seriously, or do you want to wait until after ascending, when you have the cultivation base of the human immortal level, and then face the masters of the heaven immortal to learn? In fact, Yang Qin didn't say much in detail, but this question had already explained everything, not to mention whether he could experience it or not. Just the different enemies he faced at different stages would make a world of difference. The gap between ordinary people and the human immortal or heaven immortal was not just 1 or 2 times, or even more than 10 or 20 times. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as 100 or even 1,000 times. In terms of difficulty, even if they were all ordinary people, the four women had undergone the baptism of thunder tribulations. When they encountered ordinary trouble, they could really solve it easily. But when it came to other realms, it was hard to say. In addition to the gap in the cultivation base, what kind of trouble could there be? Gong Sunling thought too much and asked one more question. A lot. All kinds of trouble that can't be described. Yang Qin answered without thinking. For example, power. I don't like the people of the Taishimin, but I can't take the flying sword to casually kill the junior disciples of the Taishimin, although I can do it easily. The women all understood. Some things were understood with a little understanding. It was just that they didn't think so much at the beginning. Relatively speaking, the four women were all geniuses in cultivation, but they didn't care too much about some of the struggles between the sect. This was why in his previous life, even though the cold plum fairy and the dancing snow fairy were the best in the world, they were still not the sect masters of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. Most of the time they acted as thugs, not the brains. This was the difference. Of course, it was precisely because they were single-minded and focused on cultivation that they had such achievements in their previous lives. It was even for the same reason that they were subjected to several large-scale sneak attacks in their previous lives. If it weren't for their high cultivation base, they might have been taken advantage of. In this life, Yang Chen would never let them take the same risk again. Sealing the world of cultivation experience was also to let them understand more about these methods. It was not to ask them to become the kind of calculating people from then on, but to let them understand this and use the most appropriate way to solve anything they encounter. Of course, you have to remember one thing. After Yang Chen finished, he seriously told the women, "It's just an experience, not to let you suffer grievances, not to let you swallow your anger. Learn to judge the situation and use various methods to achieve your goals. When it's time to make a move, you still have to make a move." With this premise, the four women had a lot of ideas when they followed Yang Chen. Then, soon they encountered the first trouble since they came to the mortal world. The four women were really too beautiful, so beautiful that even Yang Chen couldn't forget them in his past and present lives. The great principal golden immortal was like this, let alone the mortal body. The first time they entered the city, although the four women had always covered their faces with veils, there were always a lot of people who would look at them from time to time, which made the four women hate them. If it was just unscrupulous looking, the four women might be able to tolerate it, but the emergence of a playboy directly broke the bottom line of the four women.